What's going on, everybody? My name is Terminus, and today we are going to check out Arcane Season 1. Yes, I have not seen Arcane. Yes, it is kind of like low-key a sin, but I haven't gotten around to seeing Arcane, and I do know that Season 2 is coming out right now, so I figured, hey, I do have a little bit of time in my schedule. I don't know how much, but at the very least, let's check this out. Let's see what it's all about. Everybody has been praising the series to me since it came out. People have been like peddling it and been like, holy shit, you need to check this out. Like, as far as Western animation concerned, this is like in its own category. It's not even like, I almost consider it like separate from anime and Western animation in general because it's so high production value. It has such a good, like, I don't know, right? I don't know the specifics. I have no idea what I'm getting myself into. I do know that Arcane plays in the League of Legends universe. I never played League. I never ever played League. I know how it looks. I know a couple like I think Faker's was one of the big like early League players. I don't know if he's still playing or whatever, but I do know that it's a competitive esports. The only competitive esports I was ever really into where I was grinding and stuff was Overwatch quite a while ago. But I guess this is League. Okay. Let's talk shop, okay? Let's talk shop. Hey, hello. In case you don't know me, my name is Terminus. I'm a psychology student, and I will be having my bachelor's degree in psychology soon, and I normally watch anime. I do analyze what's going on in those anime. We're gonna look how that relates to people in real life, how it relates to phenomenon that we ourselves, right, experience when it comes to like perception and how we process stress and what emotions we experience and how human interactions work. And I do like to do that, right? Just dive deep into it. A shout out to similar channels that some of which are in the psychology category. For example, Euro Brady, who used to do anime reactions, but at this point is actually doing just Disco Elysium like gameplay, which is really great because I'm doing Disco Elysium myself, and I kind of looked it up and I was like, hey, this guy is also kind of a therapist who was doing the same thing a little bit earlier than me. Same with like Psychculturist Ed, shout out to Ed. He is doing great work out there, educating people on just the intricacies of what human interaction and therapy and all of these things are about. And I do love to watch some of his series. Lately, he's been reacting to Neon Genesis Evangelion, which is my absolutely like the #1 anime to date that I do have. When people ask me, it's always really hard to actually go into and be like, okay, this is my favorite series, and I'm really struggling to actually name one because there's so much awesome stuff out there. Steins Gate, we do have Monogatari, most of the series, especially Owari though for me personally. We do have stuff like Ghost in the Shell, the movies. I do absolutely love that because the cyberpunk setting is amazing. Cyberpunk Edge Runners, which was an amazing series. Trigger is a super amazing studio anyway, right? One of my favorite studios right after Shaft. And like Madoka Magica, another Shaft series, Sangatsu no Lion, which is absolutely, I think, one of my absolute favorites because it's so different from what I usually watch, but it's so emotional, and I do love the themes so very much. There's so many arcs in this series which are absolutely gold on so many levels, right? And the artistry of Shaft is always something that really fascinated me. That being said, apparently this series right here is somewhat of the pinnacle of Western animation, and I can't wait to actually dive into it and watch it. I do hope that I haven't set my expectations too high. Actually, like, peak of anime, right? Like Evangelion, whatever, all of the series that come below that are like peak storytelling, peak artistry, peak like abstraction of reality, peak directional choices and all of these things, right? The state of the art, I'm setting it here, and I guess like normal Western animation I'm having like over here, and I guess I'm expecting Arcane to be somewhere around here, right? And anything more than that is just a bonus. This is what we get. What do I know about League in terms of general setting and whatnot? I think the world is called Runeterra. And I do know that, I do know a couple of names, mainly of characters who are often being drawn in fan art and stuff. So I do know Ari, I think. I do know, whatchamacallit, Riven. I do know that one of the main characters of this specific series is called Jinx. Could be? I don't know, right? I think the blue-haired chick is called Jinx, but I'm not sure. I do know that a lot of people like the story of Arcane, and a lot of people do like the animation and praise it. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what all the hype is about. But like I said, no knowledge on League of Legends beyond these tiny little details about like I think one of the kingdoms is called Noxus or something. That is about the range of my knowledge on this. I know more about Smite than I know about League of Legends. My bad, maybe, but also from what I heard, there's a lot of toxicity in in like the online gaming competitive scene. So maybe I'm glad I didn't ever join League and play it. I don't want to be addicted to yet another competitive game where I grind my time away that I could be using a lot more productively. But at the same time, right, if you're having fun, obviously, I do understand how amazing it can be to be playing a competitive game and just trying to get better at it, because it's a great feeling to just progress towards that. Anyway, here's how this is gonna go, most likely. I don't know how copyright is gonna be with this series, so if there's like a heavy thing on copyright, I'm probably gonna just straight out just cut those portions out that are getting flagged, unless everything is getting flagged, or I have like 20 like sections that are getting flagged. Other than that, I'll try to get through as much material as possible, because my approach lately has been to just show as much as possible off the runtime of the shows, because I never know which ones are the favorite moments of people. Obviously, there's a couple of key moments that everybody's like, holy shit, that was such a powerful moment. But aside, oftentimes those are gonna get struck the most, right? When it comes to like copyright claims and block and whatnot. But other than that, like there's a lot of different scenes in most series that have an individual impact on specific people out there. You, whatever, right? So I do like to go by the approach of hands off, more or less. Just don't over edit, over cut, because I do not want to cut out stuff that people are genuinely interested in, stuff that adds to the atmosphere, even if I maybe not always be talking, right? I don't want to talk over everything. Obviously, I will be paying attention. I've been watching Monogatari, I've been watching ReZero, I've been watching Monster, so I am able to actually, most of the time, I do hope I can this time as well, pay attention to things and actually take them in while I'm talking a little bit. You'll get used to it after a while. In the beginning, it's really difficult, right? My first reaction series that I did, Frieren, check it out. This first reaction series, maybe sometimes it was a little bit hard to switch back and forth between like commentating mode and observing and just taking everything in. But at this point in time, I do feel like I've got that down squat most of the time. Yeah, this is mostly how it's gonna be. There is gonna be a more, not full, but a more opacity and a more complete version of the reaction on my Patreon for all of my patrons, like the lowest tier patrons that are available. It's gonna be there if you care to check that out. If not, this one here is perfectly fine. We're probably gonna have a timer running, but at the same time, we are gonna stop every once in a while. And I'm gonna stop the timer at that point, right? And let it run on when I like the frame where I actually continue it. I don't stop too often, but maybe I stop like twice or 3 times in a single episode. So just a little heads up so you know how this is gonna go, right? Depending on how much I can actually show on YouTube, it's obviously gonna be a little bit of a different experience, but we'll have to actually make it happen as it goes, because this is like a first for me. Arcane is a Western animation. It's a Netflix series, so I don't know how the intricacies of like the blockage are gonna be, and then how much is gonna be allowed and whatnot. But yeah, check out my other series that are running right now. I'm reacting to ReZero right now, I'm reacting to Monster, and I'm reacting to Technalyze. But yeah, let's get into Arcane. I don't know anything about the director, but I might be looking up the director on like Analyst or something 2/3 through, and we'll look how that does, right? Maybe we'll be looking at specific animation pieces, but my forte, I would say, is directional choices as well as the narrative stuff in combination to what I am specifically doing most of the time, which is psychology. So let's get into it. I don't want to bore you. I know that a lot of you are probably tuning out at minute 2 and are like, dude, why is this guy yapping? I'm sorry, but I'm a yapper, okay? Like, I like to yap. Like, ask Ed, ask Tibu, ask Pink Cube, shout out to those as well. We are yappers and we want to yap, and if you don't want to hear us yap, I'm sorry, but maybe you're watching the wrong reaction. Like, you're welcome, right? You're welcome to watch whatever you want of this video, but at the same time, I would really appreciate it if you checked out the discussion after the reactions. We're probably gonna do this in chunks. I'm thinking today we might be doing episode 1 and 2 or 1 and 2 and 3, right? Like a nice 3-episode chunk might be in the cards. I don't know how long I can actually do it, but we'll see how much time I have. And then we'll talk about it after every episode a little bit, right? But I would say like at the end of the chunk basically that I'm reacting to, we're gonna talk about it a little bit more extensively. We're going through details and whatnot. And then we set expectations for the next one, and I do really love that, like the discussion portions of our videos. I don't know that most people actually don't watch them, right? You have like probably from those people who all clicked on this video right here, there's probably gonna be roughly around 30 to 40, maybe 50% of the people who are actually going to watch the reaction itself, and then most of those will probably zap through to their favorite moments and just look how the emoji faces that the person is actually going to make, right? And then we do have like 5% of people who are gonna, or 2% of people who are gonna watch the discussion to the very end. So to all of you who are actually gonna do that, shout out to you. Thank you very much for watching, and we'll get into this right now. Otherwise I'm gonna yap myself to death, right? Alright, Arcane Season 1, Episode 1 is loaded up right here. It is available on Netflix most of the time, but there's other streaming services who also offer it, so go check it out there, please. This is not a market substitute. I would really appreciate if you watched it before you actually going here, because who wants to watch a series together, like, for the first time in such a tiny little window next to me? Come on, dude, right? Like, this is something to do, to actually watch after if you've watched the series and you're like, oh, I love this, right? I can't wait to see what other people say about it, right? So yeah, go check it out. Go check out Arcane, give Netflix some love for it, because I heard it's very, very good. And we're gonna check out how good it really is in just a second. Arcane starts in a 3, a 2, a 1. Ooh, turn down the volume a little bit. I do really like the art style. It reminds me of kind of Dishonored almost. Friend across the river. We're talking about the Jordan. Oof. Holy. I mean, this is starting great. Okay. But you did stop. Alright. 2 girls. And a lot of devastation. Siblings, maybe? Do they know him or not? Probably not. Not. But they know her. Oh, I love the rays of like light. Dude, why is this having me tear up in the first fucking second? A bridge. And tie up. No devastation there. Okay. Alright, right. We have an intro. Okay. Like a real like TV series intro. Oh, okay, of course. I mean, of course I've heard that. But not all of it, mind you. Interesting, it's all stone statues, right? Could this be like two girls from earlier, or is it just one of them? And the other one is just an antagonist or something? Because wait, they seem like similar. Yeah, I was trying to say, like both of them, right? Spot the main character. I'm sorry. I mean, spot the main character. Oh, wait, give me a sec. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for stopping. But, I'll say, I was just asking why has this me tearing up in the first second? Just so much expression in those eyes, right? Like, I mean, it's not just the eyes, but it's like, they're doing a really great job of showing emotions on a face without having, like, with animation. Like the detail in the faces and the way the eyes gloss up and everything, right? You can tell the emotion from the moment like you see it appearing on the face of a character. And the same with like the big guy, whoever he was. He might have taken them in, or he might have just brought them over to safety or whatever. But you do see the character of a person in something like that, right? He turns around, he's ready to fight and whatnot, but he sees two like helpless children. He's just walking to them and, but I guess giving them the message that whoever they were looking for didn't make it. And then he takes them out of the fighting, right? Out of the destruction, out of the chaos. And there they are, a couple of like probably I don't know, 5 to 8 years later maybe.
Hey, Powder.
Powder.
Take a look.
Alright, and that's her, yeah. I don't know if she is.
It's nice getting above it all, huh?
Oh yeah, this is so steampunk, right? It looks kind of like Paris a little bit. And saplings, of course. Yeah, I mean, wouldn't be a steampunk setting without saplings.
One day, I'm gonna ride in one of those things.
And one day, I'm gonna shoot one of them down. Vi, are you sure about this? Look, if we get caught,
We're not gonna get caught.
Thieves?
In and out before anyone notices.
Seems like thieves.
All right, everybody, follow me.
There's gonna be a heist.
Don't look down.
Ah, that's cool. This This would be a really cool game to play, not gonna lie. He's gonna mess up, isn't he? Oh no, he's not. Alright, monkey boy.
Couldn't we have at least just walked there?
Gotta stay out of sight for this one.
Yeah, the fear.
Called it. This is on you, Vi. I'll get
No.
He's gonna be fine.
Look at me. What
Yeah, focus, focus.
That I'm ready.
That's right. So?
Resolve. Let's go. Shaky ground. But you need to make the jump. Whoop! Almost! But you're not alone, right? Shit, she's probably like 10 or 12 or something. Alright. So what are we... let me just put that aside. What are we rating?
What if Vander finds out we're all the way up here?
Look around you.
Okay, Vander.
Topside's going hungry. Besides, this is exactly the sort of job Vander would have pulled when he was our age.
Would have pulled.
I'm going.
Hmm.
With me or
So he's higher up, he's somebody special, right? But among the...
Vander's gonna kill us.
Yeah, only if
Yeah.
you screw up.
among the outcasts. She's kind of flexing though, right? Isn't she? Okay.
All clear.
Who locks their balcony?
Bro. Everybody? Hello?
There's tons of enforcers down there.
Means we're in the right place. You gonna get that door open in time?
High security means there's something to get, right?
I'm the only one who knows how to pick locks. I'd suggest
I mean, it's not silent.
animals.
Okay, I thought he was an asshole, but he seems like an okay dude so far.
You know,
This is a scientist.
once you're right. We are definitely not supposed to be here.
It doesn't even know what they do, but it's gonna get it anyway. All the doodads. What are you gonna bet that there's something very important in there that they don't know what they're actually stealing?
Whoa, I think this is a real Valiani.
What's a Valdiani? Oh, I'm sorry, maybe it's...
This.
That's a nose hair trimmer.
Keep an eye for anything that looks valuable, Powder. Before
And she-
Silco fills the bag with junk.
And she knows the shit, right? She's a smart little cookie, okay.
Guys?
Is that an arc projector or something?
Wait, Vi, how the we find this place?
It was a tip from Little Man.
Little man?
Just leave it. Come on.
How can anyone have so much stuff? Simple. Just get born lucky.
It's easy to make that assumption. The question is if it's true. I mean, I don't know anything about the society here, so... Maybe it is. Free sandwich! Let's fucking go! It's a bit heavy though to take, right? Is it like a chest or is it like a thing? Ooh. Those look valuable. Let's hope they don't have like a security mechanism or something. Ooh. Oh, that shot goes hard. That is beautiful. Yeah, they're coming home.
Milo. How do we gotta go?
Ooh. Is this gonna explode or something?
Just get back on the roof.
This looks volatile. Oh, what happened to her? Oh no, okay, she's fine, okay. Yeah, don't let yourself get spotted. Just get out of there. And the puddle? You didn't have to go that hard on the puddle. Ooh. Alright, okay. Starting to get a little bit something of like the technology that's happening here. Oh, the setting is cool. Not gonna lie, the setting is really cool. He's dead. I mean, halfway at least. What the fuck? Okay. Wait, you didn't see? I mean, okay. Through the sewers. Shut up. I'm gonna go Nosferatu on this bitch.
Last time was the last time we were gonna do this.
Well, this time's the last time.
Guys, what was that? What the hell happened back there?
I don't know. I didn't do anything.
Could fill a damn library with all the things you didn't do.
Guys, we just emptied a pilt-over penthouse right under the Enforcer's noses. So, if you're done beating yourselves up, let's get this home.
It's still a score. I mean, she isn't wrong. At least if they're not too notorious, that's the question, right? How identifiable are they after this? How infamous? Yeah.
Nice haul.
You could say that.
I heard there was some action across the river. Someone really kicked the nest, huh?
Is that so?
But now you're tracking this mess of yours through my streets.
Your
Ooh,
streets.
okay.
What makes you
Guys,
think...
we don't want any trouble, okay?
Hear that, Deckard? They don't want any trouble.
You know, in my experience,
Deckard.
trouble finds you. There's no reason this has to get ugly. How about you share a little taste of your treasure then
Of course.
call it even?
No. We worked too hard to...
Oh, is he gonna be diplomatic about this?
Just a taste?
Just...
Nope. Nope, we're not. Let's fucking go, I guess. Ooh, I love that. The momentum. Oh, she's not a fighter yet. Ooh. That's a broken nose if it wasn't broken already. Is this a door? Like, it feels like a door. All right, mouse. Let's go. Time to run. Move. Hard-fought victory, I guess. Or maybe a stalemate. Holy fuck, dude is breaking the other guy's back. I mean, they're like... Nice.
This day's turning out all right after all.
Oh, no, 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 no.
Want to see how that ends?
Is she bluffing? It's 1 against 3. You better not.
Where's Powder?
I mean, she ran. Ooh, but one is in pursuit. Damn, that's a problem, right? Bad luck. Are they gonna come for her? Or is he gonna do something?
Come on, Mauser. I need you.
Not what was intended. Oh, it was like, is this like some kind of sleep powder? But apparently not. Oh, now you gotta get it out of there, though. It's literally all of your halt.
What?
I'm sorry. I tried to fight him off with Mauser, but she didn't work.
Who saw that coming?
We never should have gone over there.
Doesn't matter. The stuff's gone.
Gone for good?
Powder. At least you're okay.
Okay. What about us? I get my face bashed in and she just gets a pass?
Yep.
Every time she comes, something goes wrong. She jinxes every job.
Just drop it, Milo.
Ooh. Oh, that is sick. That is sick. Underground city. Oh. This is... wow. This is impressive. So many details. Fuck. The last drop. That is a cool name for an inn. For a bar.
Well, I suppose that concludes our business then.
I suppose it does. Wait, wait a minute. This isn't what we agreed on, so...
Well, demand for your wares has dropped since we made our arrangements. This is the new value.
Wait. We shook on it. 10,000.
Such are the risks of business.
10.
It's a fair price. I think you should take it.
No. I can't do that. I can't do that.
Who is she?
You folks need anything? Leave us. You sure about that? Sounded to me like...
Piss off.
I think I know what you need.
You don't seem to listen,
A bit of advice. Don't threaten the guy who pours the drinks.
So you're Vander.
Hound of the Underground. I expected something
Okay.
younger.
We were expecting traders who would honor their word. So I guess we're all disappointed.
You got us all wrong, my friend. We were just negotiating.
Now you're speaking my language. How about you just give Huck the rest of what you owe him, and I'll let you walk out of here in one piece. Do we have a deal?
I mean, if the cold joint is against you.
This is vile.
You'll learn to love it.
And he immediately sees that, right? The way they're drooping.
To the lanes.
Alright.
Vander learns none of this.
No worries there.
He's gonna learn in 1 second.
Right, okay? You don't get it. You're older, you're bigger. It isn't fair.
So stick with us. Take a punch or two.
Everyone all right?
Never better.
Good. I don't suppose you can explain why it is that I'm hearing about an explosion and a foot chase topside? 4 children fleeing the scene.
He already knows.
Thinking,
That we can handle a real job.
a real job.
We got our own tip, planned a route, nobody even saw.
You blew up a building.
That wasn't...
Did you even stop to think about what could have happened to you?
Yeah, this is what he's thinking. Yeah, I mean, of course.
Where did you even get this tip?
We just heard it at Benzo's shop.
From?
Little man.
I took us there. If you want to be mad at me. But you're the one who always says we have to earn our place in this world.
I also told you time and time again the North Side's off limits.
It's too high security, right?
Why? They've got plenty, while we're down here scraping together coins. When did you get so comfortable living in someone else's shadow?
Everyone out.
Hit the sore spot there, right? He knows he's in the right, but there's something.
Down.
I'm fine.
Sit down.
Time for the lecture.
Those kids look up to you.
Yeah, I know.
You know, but you don't know. When people look up to you, you don't get to be selfish. You
not-
say run, they run. You say swim, they dive in. You say light a fire, they show up with oil. But whatever happens, it's on you.
It's your responsibility. It's not easy, by the way.
See what happens to us down here. We make ourselves a problem for Piltover, and they will send the enforcers.
So, why answer to them? These are our streets. Someone should remind them of
You're
that.
not hearing me. That path, This, it's not gonna solve your problems. It just makes more of them. We clear?
More fire's just gonna set the world ablaze. Sometimes you need it, but you know what I mean, right? Like, and he's thinking of everybody here, right? You do see that, like the way the bar reacts. Like you immediately realize that he is the guy where everybody's like, I can trust him, right? He's got like, he's got everything under control, and we got each other's back, right? Everybody who comes, or most people who come to this bar, they're like, he's the guy, he's the man, right? It's almost like, I don't know, Cyberpunk, whatever. He's the fixer, but you can actually trust him, right? It's like one of those. He's not just there to make money. He's like taking care of the family, taking care of the community and all of that, right? Because you got to stick together. And yeah, sure, he probably would like to stick it to whoever, like the enforcers or whatever. I do assume that in the beginning of the episode, the ones we saw like fucking up people and whatnot, those were the enforcers, right? And that's like the rich people or whatever, or like the people in power. So, I mean, of course he's not gonna see that. Of course he's not gonna see that. Not right now. Maybe at some point in time, but not right now. Yeah.
Get this.
Fist fight.
Some idiot was following us.
On our side? Who?
I don't know. He was after the stuff.
Where is it now?
We lost it.
All of it? Good. Nothing can tie you to what happened up there. You're gonna have to lay low for a bit. Understand?
Okay.
Might be a blessing in disguise.
It's gonna be fine, right?
I'll take care of it.
And he'll have to work hard to actually make it so. And that's the problem. Ooh, but there's something that can tie them, right? It was in her back pouch. A little bit proud of his daughter, basically. He knows you were listening.
We're going out.
Wait, now? Hey, that's mine.
You want to be treated like adults, right? I think you should know better than to come back from a job empty-handed. I'm gonna have a little word with your informant. All right. Give me the details of exactly what happened down there.
Right, but there's some. Okay. What's she up to? Oh, and now she realizes there's something that ties them to. Oh shit! This could get dangerous, but also, I don't know.
She's a problem.
Milo, I'm really
Do
not.
you remember what was in that bag? Biggest payout we've ever seen, and she just lost it.
She made a mistake.
Name one time she hasn't.
She's young.
Don't bullshit me. You're twice the person at half her age.
You know what, Milo?
That's not fair.
You're right. There's a bunch of things Powder just can't do.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Like complain about everything.
What?
And brag nonstop.
Okay. I see where this is.
Damn.
Pick fights with the group when we need to focus.
Fine.
And tell strangers on the street that we got a nice call.
I didn't mean to.
Powder's my problem, okay? Your problem is never knowing when to shut up. But I'm gonna help you with that. Ready? You see this look on my face? This will always mean it's time to shut up.
She always got that look. Holy shit, this looks so fucking insane. How did they do that? How the fuck did they do that?
We'll open up.
For good. You can take your worthless junk elsewhere.
Just as well. Owner's the shittiest businessman I know.
Echo, what's going on with that thing?
Give me a few seconds. The cannon pinion's still busted.
Finish it later. Vander and I need a word.
But
All right, off you go.
Flagger.
You're a little early. Our guys are still rounding up this month's collections. Won't have numbers until next,
Who?
Why are you mucking about with this?
I assume you've heard.
Yeah, me and half the Undercity.
How could they be so stupid?
The younger folk think it's the right thing to do.
Yeah, and Vi's one of them. Throws herself at trouble wherever she can find some.
They're growing up, Vander. Looking to write their own stories. You can't protect them forever.
Ambitious, but young, right?
Following them,
Whole lot of someone's from what I heard.
not enforcers.
Hmm.
Someone on our side.
Who?
There's worse things than enforcers out there. We both know that.
Yeah, I was hoping you'd be working today.
Did you guys go?
An old wound or something.
How did you find that place? I just...
Whoa! Did you fight the enforcers?
What? Oh, no. Just some bums.
Oh, did Vi kick their asses?
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't be here otherwise.
Oh, she showed me a couple of moves to practice. Look.
Yeah, it's...
Boy, you need to tone down your ADHD.
How'd you find that place anyway?
This weirdo came into the shop, bought a whole bunch of stuff Benzo only keeps there for display. He paid in gold and didn't even haggle. I charged him double price. Sucker.
But how did you know where he lived?
Followed him.
The inventor, probably, right?
Right.
I hope he didn't die. Or maybe I hope he did. I don't know.
They'll be fine. Go. Well, hello.
Evening, friends.
Shit.
Something I can help you with?
Some trencher trash attacked one of the buildings in the Academy District. But you already knew that.
We're looking for the culprits.
Got a description?
Yeah. It's exactly who you're picturing in that thick head of yours.
You think my head is thick?
Just past the average.
Listen, you shady
How
son of a...
about you go for a little walk, Marcus? Cool off a bit.
He's a little bit too eager. Doesn't know how to play the game, I guess. Maybe they even know each other, the two of them, right? The woman and he. I guess the air is terrible down there. That's why they're having the rebreathers. Ooh, what are you doing, little man? Listening in? Eavesdropping? Dropping some eaves?
Lovely chap you brought.
Don't mind the kid. Doesn't know when to pipe down.
Some things are the same topside and bottom.
Alright, so they're acquainted.
What's the line upstairs?
Was anyone hurt?
A building was blown to bits. What do you think?
Those who did this will be dealt with.
That workshop belonged to the Kermans. You know what kind of stuff they had in there? Makes this place look like a candy shop.
Kermans.
The council needs something
Bro's like,
to make an example of.
what is she talking about?
Need to feel safe.
Yeah, topside people.
We had a deal, Vander. You keep your people off my streets, and I stay out of your business. Give me
Oh, is she the one they were talking about earlier?
No one will know you were involved.
I can't do that.
You don't seem to grasp how serious this is. If I don't put someone behind bars tonight, the next time I come down here, I'll have an army of enforcers with me. We both know how that'll go.
I'm sorry, Grayson, but I can't offer up my own people.
Man of principle. And also,
Never mind.
it's his kiss.
Touch me. And only me.
And he can't say that because then she'd know who it is. Yeah, you got yourself a headache. Oh, she's drawing a new one.
What are you calling this one?
Whisker.
You want to talk about today?
What's the point? I ruined everything. I always do.
Nobody said that.
No, just that you were twice the person at half my age. You heard them. I'm not a fighter.
You don't have to be. Look.
You're very smart, so...
These. And you've got those.
They never work.
They will. Come with me.
What?
I'm sure they will. I'm sure they will. Oh, I hope nothing's gonna happen to the older sister. That would be tragic. Oh, are they topside now? Because it looks like it's topside.
See that gutter running along the canal? That's where Thagger got his foot stuck running from enforcers. They thought it was funny, so they left him there.
Shit.
He was out all night before we found him. That sound? You see it?
Huh?
Milo tripped over his own paint bucket and nearly fell off trying to draw a giant middle finger. His ass made that splotch. And that?
All history, right? Everybody messes up.
When I was a kid, some guy took my favorite toy and threw it up there. I used to come out here at night and stare at it, hoping maybe the wind or a bird might knock it down. We've all had bad days. But we learn. And we stick together.
Oh, I forgot. These were in my pocket. They're from the apartment.
What are they?
I don't know. Should we show Vander?
No. Let's keep this our little secret.
Oh, I hope it doesn't bite them in the back.
You're stronger than you think.
Hmm.
And one day, this city's gonna respect us.
Are we gonna jump ahead? Are we gonna jump ahead? Or is this the end of episode 1? Oh shit. What a transition! Holy fuck! They know how to set a scene. Ah, this guy. He's gonna squeak, isn't he? Oh, okay. Tell me you're evil without telling me you're evil. Oh, he acted on his own, okay.
Just caught us by surprise.
Now his accomplice is asking questions about you. And that's not a risk I'm willing to take.
But I saw this guy before.
The kids. It was their fault. The explosion in the upper city.
What is he putting into his eye?
Yeah, the topsiders are up in arms looking for him.
Vander's in trouble.
No, and he can use that, whoever that is. Artificial eye?
Smartest thing you ever said, boy. Get him a meal. But keep him off the streets. Our timeline has moved up.
It's almost ready.
Show me.
Somebody get this Egyptian cat out of here.
Feeding time.
They're gonna do something with the cat.
Stabilizing.
Or is the rat just gonna fuck him up? Oh no! What's in the juice? Rat's gonna get some steroids. Cat's like, no, I want out. I take it back, I take it all back.
You have a subject in mind.
Someone just volunteered.
Not sure who he means. Means the guy who fucked up or one of Vander's people? Okay, strong episode, strong episode. After credits? Probably not. We're still gonna watch. Song out of nowhere? Okay. I like it. I swear, half of these songs I've heard before, the other half I haven't. Oh yeah, that was the one that was played earlier, sorry about that. I didn't immediately pick that. Thanks to all past and present League of Legends players, hello? Okay, cool. Yeah. I'm gonna have to open it up in a second because this is how MPV works as a player, but yeah, very interesting. This show kinda, let me just get it up again. By the way, the only reason I have it locally is that I literally, it's way easier to go through the episode when you actually do it locally. Alright, so from the get-go, the atmosphere is insane. I guess what it kind of reminds me of is like almost like this is a long-form version of what you would see in a lot of like high-quality video game intro cinematics or character cinematics. You do have, for example, the World of Warcraft and Overwatch cinematics that you have. Like I do remember the cinematic of like Hanzo and Genji. That was one of the most impressive ones I've ever seen. Just like very basic themes, of course, in this specific case. I think Arcane already going into a little bit more of like a deep dive, but obviously having a longer runtime. Like those cinematics are like, I don't know, 6 minutes or 7 minutes, and there's like 35 minutes from the get-go. And I did see some of these are bigger, some are 38, some are 42 and whatnot, so this is almost double-length episode in my terms, like, because obviously I'm doing anime and whatnot. So we're gonna probably eat between those, and then we're gonna be back and just gonna continue. That's what that is what it's gonna be for this first time. Yeah. The atmosphere setting is insane, right? How the fire envelops everything, but we have like, it's almost more than just fire. It's like this reddish tint, as if blood is in the air, if the blood is just spraying. I do remember, like, for example, little spoilers for Attack on Titan Season 3. I'm holding my hand up as long as I'm spoiling that, okay? I do remember when we do have in Season 3 that moment when all of the scouts are at the other side of the wall and the Beast Titans start throwing them rocks, and then the blood sprays into the air and the entire atmosphere is full. And it feels almost like this is similar to that, but it's like fire is mixed within that. So you do have like the destruction and the fire and blood mist in the air, basically. Obviously, I do feel like this might also be just very subjective perception. We do see, like, the shots that are taken are amazing, right? Like, all of the structures feel very monolithic, very oppressive from the ground up. It feels like all of the walls and like the statues that we like, the faces we see here, they're merciless, they're cruel, they're like pushing you down in their, like, the way they feel to you. And then we have the blood on the eye running down here. It's very like, and the all the little fire particles that are going through. I do wonder how many layers are in this scene. I do see like the background layer that we have, like the light rays coming in, and then we have like the fog layer. We have the bridge layer that are like reaching into the other layer. Like at least 3 up to 4 or 5 layer. Obviously the particles themselves would probably also be a layer on their own. And then we have like just shadows in the fog, right? In the dust, in the smoke. We do see things exploding. Right, let me go back to that explosion for a second. Look at that. Like this reminds me very much of anime keyframes, but very differently. The way it's like squiggly lines, almost like you right? Like you would see it with like just handwriting and whatnot. It just almost feels less like brushy and more like pencil, and like almost makes it have that appearance of wires, basically. But it's really cool and it is effective. And we do have like Mr. fucking I don't know, Doomslayer here. I mean, obviously this is one of the enforcers probably, right? And he's just got the shoddy and he's like, all right, better double tap. And you do have this. This feels almost, yeah, this feels like it's very subjective, right? And subjective interpretation of somebody witnessing this, right? Where the enforcer's coming in and suddenly we do have these squiggly lines as if somebody's like, a kid is redrawing what they saw that day, basically. And obviously it's kind of just empathizing the will behind it, right? Or the cruelty. We do have that little song where it's like beyond the river and whatnot, and it feels like beyond the Jordan or beyond Strix, basically, right? Like beyond the river of the dead kind of deal. Oh, that rotation shot, holy yeah. It almost feels like all of this is like animated within an engine rather than drawn, right? Although it can just be the art style, right? I mean, this is how the cinematic teams, like the Western cinematic teams, work. Love how we for a short second are looking at the hand, how it opens up, and this like I said, I don't know if this is actually, because it's hard to see with the hair color in that lighting, in that atmosphere that's like all dread. It's very hard to see if she is actually I don't even know her name, right? I know it, but like I don't remember it precisely. I know she's Powder, right? And why is she called Powder? There must be a reason why she's called Powder. That can't be just a name. But yeah, maybe I want to do the subtitles visible actually, because that's also, and we clutch each other, right? Like it feels very much like those are the two, and this is like Verl, right? That's his name. And you do see it in the eyes, I said it earlier on, you do see it in the eyes, this emotion, right? This glint. You do see that oftentimes also just if somebody's looking into a light and like you see it reflecting in the eyes. The thing is, if you're getting emotional, if you're starting like to tear up, right? If there's like a little bit of fluid actually on your eyeball, then that reflectiveness becomes like amplified. And this is what you see when you have like a shot like this where there's a glint in the eye from emotion. This is like basically signaling to us as like humans, recognizing that in the face of somebody else, like the eyes are tearing up. This is why these shots are like they feel like they have soul, basically, right? And when you actually want to express the opposite, that somebody is distancing themselves, that somebody's like disassociating almost, you are actually on an art level, you are trying to draw that as matte as possible, as non-reflective as possible. And that's why what we call dead eyes, basically, in that case. But yeah, like the smears on the screen, I do love that too. But we skip ahead a little bit. I don't want to go too much into the analysis, but there's some resentment going on, right? Like those people on the other side of the river, right? The people who have it good, the people who are born rich or born nobility, the people who kick us down, right, and hold us down, and basically there's probably been a riot, right? So this is what it looks like, right? There was a clash between enforcers and like people of the Undercity, basically, and they've been slaughtered, right? There was maybe an attempt at a freedom movement even. That's how it feels, and obviously you do see the contrast, right? Everything is in that red, bloody atmosphere, and you have everything burning and dusty and smoky and dirty, basically, and the upper city, the castle in the distance, which is very steampunky, but it's all pristine, it's clean, and even the air around it is basically making a clean window, so it almost seems like, yeah, this is the place where like none of that actually happens, none of that is. I don't know if I want to look at the intro too much, but yeah, we do have the two of them standing back to back, which is very powerful symbolism, right? They rely on one another, they lean on one another, basically. And we do have that little thing, right, that she found in the inventor's workshop. And I don't know who was looking at that, but we'll probably see them. I don't know you, neither do I know you, but you might be actually the woman that talked to Will at, is it Wordle or is it Vendel? We'll see in the episode later on. And then we have whoever you are, you look very like Eastern Dragon-like. We have somebody who seems like almost like a ruler. And we do have, oh yeah, that's him actually trying to protect the two of them, more or less, right? We have them in like almost a dimensional little pocket and him like his hands around them. And there's this guy with like the weird, like possibly cybernetic eye. I do wonder if the eye is actually a wound that he sustained from him, actually. Or if this is like just cool eye from a wound back in the day. And this guy almost seems like whoever you are, you almost seem like an assassin, kind of a Dishonored style. I said like the art style and everything, like the aesthetic, it reminds me heavily of Dishonored. And I did love this series. Like, I'm a stealth fan, or I used to be like an avid player of stealth games anyway. And Dishonored was an amazing game, right? Dishonored 2 as well. Beautiful, beautiful game series. Everybody wants to be my enemy. I did never finish Dishonored 2 though. I guess that at some point in time I just, like, I was too busy. And that's, isn't that her, right? When she's grown up? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is somebody else. Almost seems like her, right? And all the shells around, right? And they're all stone statues. Almost like this is like us looking back at something that is history, basically. Right? And we do have the two fists, and both of them are kind of clashing, right? She's got like the technology, she's got the guns, and she's got the fists, basically, and it feels like they're like, since when are they at opposing sides? At the moment they are just like together, right? They're friends, and they're probably siblings. At the very least, siblings in spirit, if not real siblings, actually. Right, and the fists, and then we have all of these, like, this rubble, these stones flying as if a wall is breaking, right? And the light is coming through. And we have arcane in golden colors. Arcane, I don't even know what arcane specifically means. I associate it with like arcane magic and stuff like that, right? Like that's something very powerful, something in the sense of like just like energized, basically, right? I associate it with a light blue color. This is why I had that background, right? Because I could do that. Like, I could make this anything, right? I could just be like, okay, red time, green time. But I thought like this was the most appropriate color to actually use for the first episode of Arcane. And it's like, I really like this beginning, right? We're climbing up a structure. We don't quite see it, and we have these little shots of like losing focus and whatnot. That's a very human perceptive thing to do. And but that's like, it feels very rogue, it feels very like adventure spirit, right? We're like cultural outcasts, and we're just gonna play by our own rules, rebels, basically. Right? Even this, like, they know how to put shots, right? Both of them walking into the frame, but not walking to the middle or to the end. Like, we're walking here, and we're having all of this space of the frame on the other side is very open, right? So it feels like we're actually presenting something that is beyond that screen. It feels that way, which is what we're doing, right? We're like rotating, like an extra special shot, right? We have to brag a little bit. We're rotating around, and now suddenly we do have this amazing cityscape. By the way, like, it feels very cel shaded. I don't know if I'm actually saying that correctly, but this is how it feels, right? And this looks like Paris, like the buildings, the way these buildings are set up. It feels very much like old town in Paris. On the right side, we do have something that almost looks like a botanical garden. Like, this is peak steampunk, basically, with the Zeppelins too. I judged wrong. Yes, he is a talker. Yes, he can be a little bit of an asshole, but he's actually like just somebody who's talking a little bit too much, right? and it's just a little bit too. He doesn't have a filter. Let's say it like that. Really cool how we animated the sequence, right? How we like just the movements that are going on here, and the texture and the clothing and all of that. There's so much detail in that. I had like one shot later on in the episode where I was like, yeah, that is kind of also along those lines, which was like the underground city as we walked into it. And you can see a lot of like how much thought is actually put into a world, and how much attention to detail is actually put into a series in general, right? Even if you talk like adaptation or whatnot, if you look at how many little doodads and details and intricate little like lines are being actually drawn on the screen, how much is in there, right? You can do something very simplistic, and obviously sometimes it's an artistic expression and it has like a reason to actually put it put it there in a very simplified manner, but this is like, there's so much in this, right? Even like the visceral reaction of the rooftop as his feet are actually coming down. Him jumping over, right? Us almost jumping with him, basically. Bro just got himself a cupcake. And her like with the looking at, this is real. This is real. Like a lot of people are afraid of heights. Like obviously a decent amount of people actually have phobias of heights, but there's also people who are like on the border of that, right? It doesn't really disturb them or bother them in any significant way, but they're like getting a little bit woozy when they look at these heights, and they should be, right? This is functional. This is like this is how it should work, because look at that. Like there's such a, if you fall down there, you're dead. You're dead. There's nothing that can save you unless you're like in some kind of supernatural like universe, right? In our universe, there's nothing that can save you. They did a really good job at displaying how it feels when you're actually looking down from such heights, right? That like everything's like the dimensions are starting to shift a little bit, and the stuff that's like the ground downstairs is like moving further away, right? And the distance between the two rooftops is kind of almost extending as you look at it longer, because there's like this significance of that, and everybody knows that on an, well, not everybody, like you know that on an instinctual level, and it gets reinforced by what you're actually thinking, the information that you actually have of that, and that is you're gonna die if you fall down there. But she takes her resolve right through, a little bit stumbly, right? But she does it herself, and that's the success experience. And obviously at the last moment she trips, and she would have, goofy face, she would have fallen down if she was alone, but she's not alone, and that's the point that we're trying to get across here. These are people who are not like, oh, I guess she fell, right? Like they immediately react, especially she. Love how we hold that shot and then we focus pull onto her, right? Right, we're getting into the inventor's workshop, and he's like, who's actually locking their balconies? Everybody, hello? Hello? But yeah, holy shit, this is beautiful, right? Like a model of the planet, I guess, right? You do have like model of the solar system, basically. Some astronomy stuff. You have alchemy, basically. You do have like a microscope. You have all kinds of vials over there. This is how you imagine an inventor's room in like a steampunk area. Especially with the chalkboard and everything, all of the books close by. And obviously you need a lot of money in any world to have something like that. He's like, he doesn't have the eye for it. He's like, whatever does it do? And then just throws it in. The thing is, if he doesn't know what it does, and he can't explain it to somebody, and this other person also doesn't know what it does, then you might sell it for like, I don't know, $5, and it's actually worth like 5,000, right? And if the other person actually knows how much it's worth, and like in that underground area, hell no, they're not gonna tell them, right? They're gonna be like, oh, what a steal! This guy doesn't know what he got here, right? But this is why she is here, and that's what. I'm sorry, I forgot the name of her pink-haired girl, but I'll be able to see it in the subtitles at some point in time. A real Valdiani. It sounds like this is a real thing? I'm not sure, right? I'm not... Valdiani. What the hell is a Valdiani? But yeah, she knows what's what, which is one of the practical reasons why she's with them, right? Obviously, they're gonna give her a chance because she thinks she's ready, and it's about time, and she wants to give her the opportunity to actually be part of this because they have a close bond and whatnot. But obviously, there's also the practical reason of she's kind of smart. She's a smart cookie and knows what's what, right? She reads a lot of stuff, is very interested in that stuff, so she can really tell you what that stuff is. We have a lot of blueprints lying around. Like, this is like the preview of what we actually, right? The stones that we see later on. Is like, they're like volatile, they're brimming with energy. So love how we're going around the corner here, right? Like the movement. Like, there's so much detail, and she's just looking around. A free sandwich, holy fuck. But it also exemplifies, right, a person like who's rich or always has money or whatever, or food at their, they wouldn't just go for that, right? They'd be like, okay, you know what, I don't know where that was, right? Who made that? I don't know what's in it, right? But a person who's hungry, they're gonna, hell yeah, they're gonna be like, okay, free meal, let's fucking go. But she has an eye for treasures. She has an eye. I'm gonna be switching the battery. I'll see you soon. Yeah. And the stones come into play. I heard actually some noises in the background. I was like, is that people coming back? But I was unsure until now when we actually have people coming back. And I do wonder, this is what I wondered during the episode. I was like, okay, this dropping down and then it explodes after a while. Why isn't it exploding in her pocket, right? What about the contact with the stone, right? Is it the impact, or is it like the material it touches? What actually made it explode? And that was my kind of question on that. Because like when she's got it in her pocket, I'm like, who's gonna say it's not gonna explode any second? And obviously you are making a name for yourself, especially with that hair. Like, come on. Think any people are not gonna recognize you? I'm pretty sure they will. You have those horns, which is really cool how it like vibrate while the horns are going on. And this water fucking, holy shit, we didn't need to go that hard on the water puddle, but we did. I mean, I guess it's the first episode, got the perfect reflection, and then it's kind of almost a metaphor, right? You're like disturbing everything, like the natural order of things here. Right, and we have that really, really cool through the city chase scene. I do love that, right? Like all of these interesting angles from like, first of all, like from the alley, and then they're running past the camera basically, and then from up above, and we're zooming in, and then they're here again, they're doing some parkour. You're like, this is also like, this is an expression of character, right? We're showing what kind of character this guy is. He's kind of like a little bit of a monkey, basically, right? He has to style, although he's running away right now, right? So it's like, and we're throwing these devices, and we're slow-moing a couple of times where we're like, okay, these are the devices that like they would wrap themselves around you, and then you can't move anymore, right? Really cool stuff. Jumping over this is another Dishonored moment. It feels very Dishonored in this way. Like, look at that. I mean, I guess steampunk setting, it's very, very much the same or similar. And you do see that they're kind of clever, right? Like, right here, I don't know who it is. I think it's her. She's actually... Yeah, I mean, I guess everybody who's after her is gonna have to go through it. They already got the momentum, so they're going through it anyway. But she's like steaming the place so they can't see. I don't know if it's hot, if they actually would be burned from that. But they didn't see it. So we're gonna go down the sewer all the way in. And he's like, again? Apparently that's a common occurrence. Like last time you said it would be the last time. But we have our standard stuff going on. Obviously they're exhausted. Like, think about that. You're like absolutely done after that, aren't you? Brother here with the crack pipe over there. And she's, look at that. Look in her eyes. Like the look in her eyes is like, holy shit, this was a mess. I don't, right? But also very guarded. Look at their, look, especially her with the way she moves her body. She's like this and looking down and being like all hush hush. It's like, I don't want anybody to stop us or be like, right, nice haul. And then he's like, you could say that, right? Not thinking about it. Obviously he doesn't mean it, but still. And he's like acting like a big shot or whatever. And the plan was apparently he followed them but not reveal himself. But he's like, I'm gonna get in on that. Bad choice, my dude, bad choice. And we're getting into a fist fight. I did love some of these things. I don't want to do long anymore, like in terms of like discussion and whatnot. But what I really liked about these things is it's just like, just a taste, boom, right? And then we're starting. Holy shit, like that lens. Like, the dust on the lens, really cool, really cool. And she's giving her the haul because she's like, okay, we are gonna fight. You're gonna take care of that. Unfortunately, she failed there. I love that shot. I love that shot. Look at that. He's going in and we're taking the momentum like a camera, right? And just pushing it down. And he's a berserker, right? He can fuck people up. I mean, obviously we saw later on he has a black eye, but anyway, like, Holy fuck, dude, I wouldn't want to mess with him. Like, he's got the mask, that's the thing, right? Yeah, nice little slow-mo here. And she's just experiencing that. She's not, like, used to fighting, and that the violence is probably gonna shock her. It's very interesting because, like, she had to cover her eyes in the first, minute of the episode, probably due to the sister being like, do cover your eyes, please. It's very interesting how then the sister probably saw all of the devastation, all of the chaos, all of the deaths as well, and she only got a portion of that. So there's like a different... She is not as used to violence as her sister is, just as a result of what she has witnessed and experienced. Now, I thought this was a door because it very much looked like one, but I guess not. Maybe it's symbolism, I don't know. Alright. I love the dynamic angles we're taking, really, in some of these shots, right? The like, tilted and whatnot. And, like, right, look at this. Like, he's following her and she's just squishing through while he's being pushed to the wall. Apologies, by the way, that I don't know basically any names except for Powder, but I'm gonna learn. Don't you worry about it. I'm gonna learn. Boom. Right. And I just, like, for a second I thought maybe it's gonna be stalemate because they're, like, pushing back and forth. Both of them are pretty fucking roughed up. But she manages to pocket sand. Very nice pocket sand. Gotta be the pocket sand, and then the backbreaker, holy fuck. And she ends it with the blunt weapon. Yeah, gotta fight for yourself, but he's picking the knife, he doesn't want to lose, but she's like, you sure you want to do that? I think it was partially a bluff, right? Like, especially the way we zoom into her eyes and whatnot, like, she's bluffing, she doesn't want to deal with this, but if she has to, she's like, well, he's gonna stab me anyway if he wants to, so let me just persuade him, to intimidate him to like, with 3 people, you really want to do this? No. Right, so he's out. And her little gadgets and doodads don't work. I don't know why she actually just threw it down there, but I guess, yeah. You don't think rationally in a moment like that. And there's this elevator, right? You do see, like, all the murals on, like, the ground, especially in the elevator as well. Very interesting, like the cell-shaped, like, lamp and whatnot. It's very, very interesting, but also overgrown at all of this side. So you do see that it's not entirely kept up, right? Like, it's not polished, right? It's not like nature is partially overtaking these these environments. And he's upset about everything that happened and him actually getting hurt in the fight and having to fight in the first place and then not having anything, and then he's just blaming her, right? Even though it was kind of like a series of unfortunate events. And there we going down and we have the music and the drop and everything, and like, that is insane. Look at that, like, almost like a, right? Like the way the sky starts with being a little bit wider and then just getting narrowed in more and more, almost like this is like a crater we're going into, like an underground crater or something. It is an underground crater, but, you know, like, I meant like under the water, basically, like Mariana Trench, not really, but you know what I mean, like, right? And everything is getting more and more narrow, right? And everything is getting more dense as it gets more narrow, right? A lot of people, a lot of poverty, a lot of movements, but also that makes this community, this, like, very bustling, and it's very, like, it reminds me of like a mix of like the dystopian that you get from a lot of like the cyberpunk genre and the steampunkish nature of it, right? Everything is a little bit crooked, everything is a little bit one over the top of one another. It's not thought out as well as what you see in the city, in the main city, where everything is like structured and has, so like even the streets are probably designed in a way. And here you do have just an amalgamation of all kinds of things here. If you can survive here, you're gonna be here, right? Basically, if a house collapses, you just build a new one, basically. It's insane how much detail they can actually cram into that, and how you just, as we drive down here, there's like all of these layers happening. It feels really like a moving painting as we go through there. And we have little glimpses of other people. And very interesting that she pulled up her hood as she saw 2 people talking over there. Maybe she was like, okay, maybe like that roused the ruckus. Let's just stay a little bit like under the radar, or that's just her style, that she's like, I'm gonna pull the hood over when I'm down here, right? I gotta like a reputation to follow, or maybe this is some unrelated thing that she's like, oh, these people, they better shouldn't be seeing me, maybe for whatever other reason we do have here, right? And the bustling streets. Also reminds me kind of like, almost like when you go like Diagon Alley in Harry Potter or whatever, you have the same kind of simple design principles of like the crookedness and everything is just like very busy and very like chaotic in a way, as opposed to what you would otherwise see in like a normal like modern human setting where everything is just like very strictly designed and very like flat on and like geometrical and whatnot. You see all of these round shapes and like not completely perfect surfaces. He's stealing something and nobody's saying anything, right? Like, or nobody really sees it or cares about a single apple. You have like all these weird kind of little animals and like thieves and gangsters in the street. You do have that mural on the side, which is like insane, right? It looks like super high like quality and whatnot. Obviously there's the brothel. I don't know what this guy was doing. He's like, let's get back in. What? I'm sorry. Who were you boxing? Is that what you're paying for? But the last drop is an amazing name. He's filling it up, and then this is cool. Like these sequences are amazing. If you go to the, I always find these very cool and fascinating, as you have people going through masses, right, and moving their way through like a very vivid and active environment, what with other people going past you and just like, right, he's focused on his like billiard and whatnot, and he's like just partially stumbling over him. He's like, sorry about that, and then like just these are cool shots. I do remember one, like in Frieren, for example, like in the first episode, we have that shot where Frieren is like having food and I think drink or whatever, and then she's just like avoiding children who are just like running past her, basically. That kind of gives that vibe, but to the max, like 10 times as like vivid and as 10 times as high production value, basically, in that case. And they want to like, I love that, right? She's like in the back, right, almost in the shadows, and you just see the yellow eyes glimmering, almost like a feline or something. But yeah, they're trying to screw him over and then and try to intimidate him and whatnot, and our guy here is coming in and he's like, they're like, piss off, right? Like, barkeep, get the fuck away from me. Is like, not in my joint. Not in my fucking joint. Right, a bit of advice. Don't threaten the guy who pours you the drinks, right? He could always poison you, but also everybody else in here is getting the drinks poured as well, right? You threaten that guy, right? If he's not there anymore, nobody's gonna show up here, right? Everybody's gonna lose their favorite joint, so... Right? And everybody trusts him as well, right? You tell me your secrets, right? This is also the barkeep thing, right? Like, you talk to the barkeep about everything. He's gonna fix you up with stuff and whatnot, right? At least in an environment, in a scenario like this, like in a world like this. Looks so cool, but like the higher story, right? If you look at the higher story here, like there's a second story, and like you have like a place underneath it, and like the billiard or whatever table, and yeah, Vander, exactly, Vander. I'm sorry about mispronouncing Vander. That's his name. Like, he's giving me high Corvo vibes. Yeah, he's really cool. He's really cool. There's other characters that he reminds me of, right? But yeah, this is like a very kind of like the dad who's seen shit, right? Basically, right? Used to be a mercenary and now he's just like looking out for his people, that kind of stuff. But he's like built, and you don't want to mess with him because he knows what's what, he knows everybody, and he's also just strong enough to kick your ass probably. And yeah, and they're drooping in, and you see that immediately, just like head lowered and everything, and he's just that little this attention to detail. Look at this shit. He's like looking over, and they're going past, and she's just like a glimpse for just a second, and the moment her eyes met his, he's just like immediately looking away. She's like, I don't want to talk to him. I don't want him to find out. And he's like, I already heard something. I gotta talk to them. And this is how they look, right? Somebody died. Basically, this is how they look. And he's talking to him. Obviously, there's this thing about responsibility, right? Of course, he's not a guy who's like just all clean and whatnot, and it's like you don't do bad stuff, you don't steal, whatever. No, he does that for a living, right? Everybody does that here, right? There's like odd jobs and whatnot that you do, like you steal from other people. There's violence here. There's all kinds of dealings. But the matter of fact is, he cares very much about the two of them. And it's his responsibility. He feels like if they died, like if they went somewhere off, did a crazy, dangerous job and they died there, he would blame himself for the rest of his life. I don't know where it's from. Maybe he's the real dad, or maybe it's actually he took them in after whoever that was that we saw in the first minutes of the episode actually died. Maybe it was the mother and he knew the mother, or maybe he was like the kind of romantically involved with the mother, or whoever knows that, right? We don't know that, right? We don't know that yet. And he does seem to have something on his arm. Earlier he was saying something about like some weird stuff, right? He learned something the hard way or whatever, and then he's like touching the arm for a second or something, right? So there's stories. And these are the little moments that you're like intrigued at the moment's notice. You're like, hey, there's something, there's a story behind this. And you feel that throughout the entire episode, throughout all of it. And obviously you do see the emotion from her. She's like, she wants to prove herself, right? She wants to go out there, and she does have that animosity towards all of these people who are better off, who maybe don't even deserve it, right? Who just were born rich, or who oppress other people in order to stay rich or become rich or whatever. She's a revolutionary at spirit, and she's like, she has a lot of hate in her as well. You do see that. Although she has had a few moments where she was showing the restraint, but she's not diplomatic. You do see like earlier on when she was confronted and the person was like, all right, give me a share, right? You want to share that? And no, immediate. But maybe she knew, right? Maybe she's just clever enough to say, okay, this is not going to work out anyway, so we're gonna, like, the only chance we have is to fight. We don't know that yet. Like, you do see that in teenagers a lot, right? That reluctant acceptance of help, right? It's like he's trying to treat her wounds, and she's like, come on, leave me alone, right? It's like the dad tries to hug you, and it was like, come on, get off that, right? You love them, right? But at the same time, it's kind of a weird phase where you're just like in between that, like distancing yourself, trying to find your own identity, right? Trying to prove that you can do something in the world. And if you have a dad who is like the guy, basically, right? Who's like respected by everybody and has done and seen shit that you don't even know about, then maybe there's also that incentive to be like, I want to be like him, right? I want to prove that I can be like him. And there's like this impatience of youth that's coming in there as well, right? Trying to just do it. But yeah, he's going out. He's like, you want to be treated like adults? Come on, we're gonna fix your shit, right? You didn't haul anything in, right? This is me treating you like adults. So they realize, yeah, normally they're treated like they're treated with with soft gloves, basically, right? But they want to do that, right? They want to go out there and put themselves in danger. They're going to be treated like everybody else. Now, obviously, he's only doing that in order to kind of put that out there and show them, right, that this is how it would be. But he wouldn't do that in reality, not for a couple of years, probably. Love the greenish tint that we have. Same with like the red tint that we had in the beginning, and like the pristine, like clear sky that we have in the upper district, and now the lower district is all like green. Because, like, let's be honest, it wouldn't be green. It would probably be maybe a little bit smoky and dusty and whatnot. It wouldn't be green, but the green just empathizes this like this poisonous air almost, right? And the enforcers are coming in later. They're like, right? Or maybe they're not enforcers, maybe they're just officers, and the enforcers are those in like the black like uniforms with like the full-on masks. She's a problem. Typical misunderstanding, but we cleared that up. We didn't clear it up, but we like amended that very soon. So I like that we're not going into tropes of like, oh no, you don't, like, right? She says something and she's upset about it and understands it the wrong way, and then she says something else when she's away, and then we just like put that real like that distance between the two of them. We're not doing that. At least not yet. We don't know how it goes. And she's like, look, yeah, she's doing a lot wrong, but you should check yourself before you blame other people, all right? Like, you're not perfect either, right? I don't take your bullshit. I love that. I love that. Like, just like, does this look like your face who wants to hear what you have to complain about? No. Yeah. The two of them going through their ritual, right? Like, we talked about it in Frieren very much in the beginning. Games people play, right? These odd little phrases that we throw to one another every once in a while, just like a dance that we do when we meet, right? Like just old friends just talking shit to one another when they open the door, and then it's like we have a good laugh, and then we're like, "How you doing, man?" But yeah, we talk about the problems. Little man is all like the hyperactive and whatnot, and dreaming about all kinds of shit, right? And he didn't think anything about it, but that's what led to that, right? Thoughtless action. He's like, there was this fucking customer who was just buying all of the shit that we didn't even know what to do with that, and he had a lot of money, right? So beginner mistake, but this is how it happens, right? And she's like, she knows the brush. This guy's like, I'm gonna treat you like a low-level criminal that's gonna budge when I just put on like a tough face. She's like, get the fuck out of here, come on, I'll talk to him, right? And he's like, sorry about that. And we talk, right? Because we have some kind of like peace going on, right? Some kind of like truce where it's like, you leave my shit alone, I leave your shit alone, and we're gonna be fine, right? Instead of like always just fucking oppressing. But that's also a part of oppression, right? It's like you leave my shit alone, I leave your shit alone, but I'm way better off, right? We're in a way better town of city. We're still all just profiting from all of your misery down there. That's other kind of, but for him, it's like, at least I have my peace and we kind of know how to survive, and, right? That's like a deal for him, and he's like, okay, I'll take the deal, I guess, right? I have 2 daughters to take care of. I have like people to look up to me. Which is like, I don't want slaughter to happen as it did in the beginning, like in the very beginning of the episode. It's just like Kiramans, right? And he's like, whoop. Love that. What of it, right? Like that's his thing, right? Love that window in the background, looks really, really cool. And we have a little heart-to-heart. She's like encouraging her. She's like, you know, I got my fists, right? And you don't got that. Maybe one day you do. But you got this here. And she's like, but none of my shit is working. Not yet. That's what she's saying, right? They will. All of this, like the sheets, the way, like where she's actually sleeping, all of this tells a story. She takes her out to the rooftop. These are kind of like the scenes that I'm like holy fucking shit, right? Like these are the kinds of scenes that always impressed me the most when I was playing games or watching series in like when I was younger, right? Like all of like us just sitting on the rooftop looking over everything, right? Even if it's not like, even if it doesn't belong to us, even if there's just like a lot of, oh, I love that shot with like the pipe that she's looking through and her hand actually guiding it. That's cool. And we're laughing a little bit, and she's like, everybody makes mistakes, but you got potential. And she's opening up. She's like, oh yeah, wait, I forgot to tell you because I was upset. I actually got something from that. And she's like, Milo, that's 8-Boy. I call him 8-Boy. I'm sorry if some of you are offended. He's 8-Boy. Milo's wrong, Powder. You're stronger than you think, right? Mentally. I still haven't caught her name, but probably gonna. Yeah, that is an insane shot. How we zoom out, right, in the moon and everything, right? Reminds me of like, I don't know, some video game. Again, I'm coming back to video games because it's like very comparable to that, right? Ezio in Assassin's Creed on the rooftops in Italy, or Arkham City, right? Batman on the top of a roof, right? Stuff like that. This is what it reminds you of. Well, Dishonored, right? Although Dishonored was never this cinematic. Even like something like The Last of Us, which has like that big moment early on between Ellie and Joel and whatnot. And then we zoom out of this and we just transition into a scene of apparently a chair that got shot at just a second ago. And I love how we introduced the cat into it without being intrusive, right? We're not focusing on the cat. Cat is just at the fringes all the time. We have, and the same with like the guy who is like experimenting and shit. And we have like him and his fear as like the main proponent here, right? Like the way we zoom in on the eyes, he's like looking around like a hunted animal and whatnot. He's looking like there's all of these dangers around him because it's like being interrogated and whatnot. He's fearing for his life, and like, tell me you're evil without telling me you're evil, right? Aside from like the weird, crazy laboratory and like the weird things in the vials and the glasses and whatnot. Now there's a giant fucking antlerfish of death behind your fucking giant fucking ocean aquarium underground base, whatever. Like, and even the colors, right? Purple and greenish and yeah. Like the plants in like the bells and whatnot, and him like just playing around with this, right? So it's just like doing something with his eye, which maybe recharging it or whatever. Like everything, he's in shadow, and like the dust is in the back, right? Everything, like the blue atmosphere around, like almost grayish silver. And like the first shot we really have of him that's a little bit more defined is this, him turning around and the eye gleaming in the dark. And now we see that's a scar and something happened there, right? He lost his eye for some reason. I do wonder if that wasn't, and I wonder if this wasn't Vander actually having done that, right? Because that wouldn't make sense on like it rhymes kind of way in terms of the narrative stuff. But we're experimenting on animals here. And we do seem to have a first test subject, whoever that's gonna be. Maybe that guy that we're interrogating just now, or maybe one of our girls, or maybe one of Vander's people. I don't know yet who exactly, but it's like one of them is gonna be it. And I don't know what that has to do exactly with actually our heist and the inventor that was up there, right? Maybe he has connections to those people here. But at the very least, what we do know is that he's trying to like profit, like trying to like make something happen based on Vander actually being in a weak position, being in trouble and whatnot. We don't know his standing in society either, right? Maybe he's like a duke who's up there and is like reigning supreme or whatever. Or maybe he's somebody who's in the underground. This is how it feels, right? This is more how it feels, because this is also why he would need one up on Vander to actually make something happen that he wants to make happen. But he seems like a problem. Very much. All right. That was Arcane episode 1. Actually, kind of blew me away, not gonna lie. I mean, I saw some of the shots, some of the trailers years back, and I know everybody praised it, but it's very, very enjoyable, and there's already so much in there that's amazing. We're gonna watch the next episode soon. I think I might actually make myself something to eat in the meantime. Yeah, I think so. I think I'm gonna make myself something to eat, and then we're gonna be back for episode 2 and maybe hopefully episode 3. See you then. All right, boys. Arcane season 1 episode 2 is lined up. I do have my food, my pizza, and just gonna get into it, shall we? Gonna get started in a 3, a 2, a 1. Sorry. A 3, a 2, a 1. Record player? Oh yeah. I forgot the Netflix logo. Actually, I'm sorry. Maybe Right, let's get this started in 3, 2, 1. Record player? Oh, yeah, I forgot. It's the Netflix logo. Are we on a ship? No, maybe not.
You really went to the Undercity to get these? Weren't you afraid?
A little danger is worth the risk, don't you?
Ooh, that's him, the inventor.
Careful.
Oh, I've seen you before.
You're dropping.
So it's not his money, right? And this is super recent. He went the same day.
Hey, open up.
What happened to him? Ooh, shit. Did he die or what happened to him? Oh no, he's alive, But he saw her. Jace. Ooh, and he's dropping back into memories? Different setting. Snow. Frostbite on the fingers. And he can't carry her, right? Ooh, okay. Impressive appearance. Magic? Oh, that's cool. That's cool. The way they animate that. I'm not sure if I like that. Oh, okay. And now it's an eye. And he wakes up, right? Alright. Butterfly on a bed of flowers. And he's got these symbols carved into his hands, even. Kind of dimensional warp going on here.
How?
Alright, so there's power in these crystals, like magic power, basically. And I do assume this might be... I do assume, it's just going into the OP, so I thought I'd say that. I do assume that this might be actually us. This might be actually the world makes use of these crystals, these magic crystals, basically the energy that's stored in those crystals to fuel technology. So we do have steampunk mixed, obviously, with that whole arcane magic stuff going on. But that, like, I really liked how they were doing this. It almost reminded me of Avatar, like the way he just like almost drew something into the air, basically, to make the spell work. But I don't know if I like that like universe thing. It seemed kind of like it didn't belong into this specific series, but we'll see, right? I mean, maybe it's shorter than the last time. Maybe not.
Go over it again.
You
Ooh.
have to leave me.
And we're going in.
Do this.
Yeah,
Relax,
through
kid.
the hole.
We know it was a break-in, but that doesn't explain this. There's a lot of restricted items here, and I don't see any permits. You want to tell me how you got them?
Hey, but be careful with that, please.
I believe someone should have said that earlier. What happened here?
Who is that? Is he an assistant?
Last time I checked, science didn't require illegal equipment.
Nor was this approved by the Academy. Who authorized your research?
It was an independent study. Who are you anyway?
I'm assistant to the Dean of the Academy, who it may serve you to remember is also head of the council. He sent me here to ensure that anything dangerous is removed safely, which, according to my list, includes you.
What? How am I dangerous?
No, that's for the council to decide.
All right. I mean, of course. And he's part of the academy, maybe, right? Awaiting trial, basically. Okay. Who's that creeping up here? I'm sorry, what?
Imprisonment. What a curious principle. We can find the physical body, yet the mind is still free. I do love a good conundrum.
All right.
The first time I saw you at the academy, you
Fluffy,
reminded me
bro.
of myself, a scientist, ready to forge a new vector of experimentation. But sometimes we venture too far. No great science should ever put lives in danger. Be honest now. What manner of inquiry was this?
Professor Heimerdingrei.
He knows him.
I've discovered something truly incredible. A way to harness magic through science.
Ooh, okay. So that is not...
No.
No?
The Arcane is dangerous, Jace. A force of nature. Science cannot control it.
But...
like lightning.
I'm close to a breakthrough, I know it.
How old are you, my boy?
I'm 24.
Ah. Well, I am now 307 years old. All my life I've pursued the mysteries of science, only to discover some are better left unsolved.
But that's not...
Is one of them. Own your mistakes before the council. Admit your work was dangerous, but speak nothing of magic. Do that, and I theorize you'll get away with, how do you say, a slap on the wrist.
Because he's a bright mind and they want his... They want his inventiveness, of course. Ooh. Alright, we're back here, She's, I guess, boxing, practicing to box. She earning her money in the ring? Or is this just...
Remind me why we bother with this dumb...
Also, why does it have the face of Milo? What the fuck?
Vander said to lay low. Enforcers never come down here, so this is as good a place as any.
Subliminal messaging?
Milo, you worried Powder's gonna beat you again? Hey, if she didn't keep fixing these things, I wouldn't keep missing.
So I assume a little bit of time has passed. She still doesn't look that much older, so... And they still need to lay low, so I assume a couple of weeks maybe.
Are you kidding? That was the best job we've ever done. Maybe just don't take Powder next time.
She's got an ace up her sleeve now. It's different to shoot somebody in for real, right? Oh, I think this is an enforcer.
Top side of business ain't my concern.
What's every one of you trenches concerned now? Give me a name.
He's gonna get beat up for that, isn't he?
Hey guys, you should see this.
Do they have the description? Or is it just about the things? If it's just about the things, this might... It might... she's got those crystals. Alright! I mean... Ooh, I love the lighting in this. The way we're dodging through those, yeah. This is cool. Ooh, like a bear trap? Oh, ouch. Tilted angle. Shaking camera. It's kind of tough. We're gonna climb. Little man, okay. He's always the one lagging behind.
You need to hide those crystals.
Yeah, no shit.
The House Pharaohs
But
received a
where?
letter. They insist business is steady.
Steady is stagnant, Allura.
They wished me to remind you that it's thanks to their innovations that you're the richest person in Piltover.
Yet I remain the poorest Medada.
Excellent choice, Councillor Medada. A supreme challenge, if I
We
may.
need something revolutionary, Allura. Something to put Piltover on the map. What of today's trial?
His name is Jace of House Talus.
A house? Remind me.
They're toolmakers. I believe they came to renown for their design of the collapsible pocket wrench.
Heimerdinger favors him?
As far as I can tell.
This one.
That's, well, that's a child's toy.
Inventiveness. Alright, so what is she gonna try here?
Got ambition. It's why we supported him in the first place.
Ambition? Darling, he nearly blew up our daughter.
Jace had nothing to do with that. He was robbed.
Okay, that's
We need
her.
to help him.
Caitlin's right. We've known Jace for years. Besides, we're his patrons. If anyone is meant to speak up for him, it's us.
We should hit them back.
And so he's from...
Numbers to beat them. Yeah, let's teach them.
We're going back and forth, holy shit. Okay. Dynamic. He doesn't wanna... He doesn't wanna fight a war. He's got...
You sure that's what you want?
He's been past this.
We crossed that bridge once before. We all know how that ended.
You're just protecting your kids.
I'm protecting our people. I'll do the same for any one of you. We look out for each other. It's the way it's always been. This will blow over. We just need to stand together.
The Vander I knew, the one who built the underground, wouldn't be afraid to fight.
It's a different person now.
Do I look afraid?
No. You look weak. Why isn't it doing anything?
The Enforcer's butts was just the four of us. Imagine what the whole of the lanes could do.
Jeez, even
It's not that easy. Not that easy if you've got the technology.
Spill it, Echo.
What is going on, dude? Okay, Echo is his name.
Vander's gotta deal with the Enforcers.
What deal?
A deal of peace. Looks like a magic academy, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I know it's like science academy, but still. Well, this guy must be fun at parties.
Oh, Mel, this is too kind.
I'm told it was built only for the sharpest of minds.
And I bought you some ginkgo nuts.
Ah, don't you know I'm allergic? What are you trying to do? Kill an old man?
He's like, oh shit, I forgot about his birthday. I do wonder what place she has in... I mean, she's the ruler de facto, right? But in the world overall.
Jace Talus.
Jace Talus.
You are accused of illegal experimentation.
Love the shot.
Endangering the citizens of Piltover. What do you have to say for yourself?
He's gonna speak out of turn.
The materials were far more dangerous than I was aware of. And I now know my actions were against Academy regulations. What I did endangered people. It was reckless, and for that I'm sorry. I ask the Council's forgiveness, and I hope that I can continue my studies.
As Jace's patron of many years, I can speak for his character. I believe that one day he will be a great contributor to our society.
He destroyed a building. Is this the sort of contribution we can expect? If you were a scientist, you'd know you can't make a prototype without breaking a few wrenches.
Do you have anything to show for your work besides an explosion?
No. It came to nothing.
So you're saying your study was meaningless?
It was revolutionary.
Revolutionary how? All I see is a boy meddling with things he doesn't understand.
She prods.
The Academy seems to have loosened its standards.
This is a fine line. If we condone this, what's
ridiculous,
next?
really.
The Council has more important.
Why is the Academy pronouncing?
This is
Perhaps we should just finish.
I was trying to create magic.
He's like, damn, he said it.
Arcane talents are something you're born with. They can't be fabricated.
Actually, I believe it is possible.
Has anyone even tried it before?
The Arcane is the curse of our world. My race was nearly destroyed by it.
Surely we, the pioneers of science, can use it for good. We're the champions of discovery. Why fear it when we can master it?
Jace, enough.
This is the city of progress.
Some people.
The wonders we could create. Let me prove.
Enough! You don't understand what's at stake. But how can you? That's a burden that only I here carry. Time. I've seen this power in the wrong hands.
Alright.
It corrupts, consumes, lays waste to civilizations. That cannot happen here, my
How old were you though when you saw it?
not.
Heimerdinger is right. Piltover was founded to escape the warmongering of mages, not cultivate it.
The ethos is clear. He must be banished from Piltover.
Please let me speak. As a lower house, my voice doesn't carry much weight here. But as a mother, I have a voice that matters deeply. My son isn't in his right mind.
Oh, holy shit, she falls into his back.
Chased an impossible dream. What he did was foolish.
I mean, she's trying it for the best reasons.
But he has a good heart. Please let him come home.
A crime like this can't be overlooked. The boy must be punished.
A violation of the ethos calls for banishment. But I can sympathize with a young man's dream to change the world. Perhaps in this matter, a lesser sentence may suffice. I move that Jace be summarily expelled from the Academy and remanded to the care of his parents. All those in favor?
Everybody's kind of looking for one another.
But he is never to set foot on Academy grounds again.
Yeah, and that's probably the only academy in the kingdom, right? It's a hollow victory for him. Well, not a victory, it's a relief. Right, what are you doing here, dude? You're like one of the corrupt ones? What's happening here? Are we meeting with... Oh yeah, we're meeting with bad guy number 1 here.
First time I've been invited to the lanes. It better be worth my time.
You see, that's your weakness, Marcus. You carry your chin so high, you fail to see the opportunity below.
Who are you?
You don't know each other.
Children. The ones running circles round Piltover's finest.
What about it?
But he knows him, right?
So concerned. I'm about to make your day.
And the rain is coming in. But there's still hope. There's still light here.
Can I come in?
I love the shading on his face.
Terminus, please. If I hadn't spoken, you'd be lost to me.
He knows,
I
but
have to say something.
Magic saved your life.
Yes. But it won't save yours now. You need to let
but
it
what
go.
does he have if he doesn't have science even?
It's the council. If my own family won't help me, I'll find someone who will.
Oh, I do hope he's not gonna go to somebody who's gonna use him. But maybe that's that lady, that ruler. I don't know if she seemed like a ruler.
His theory intrigues.
If dangerous ideas didn't excite the imagination, we would never wander astray.
Could it work? Could these stones really invoke magic?
Nonsense. It's far too unstable.
Could you stabilize it?
Me? Why would I? That only leads to more problems. And that poor boy has enough of them already. There. Come tomorrow morning, his research will be safely disposed of. Lock up.
He seems to me like he's too by the books. Wise, definitely, but did they use Marcus? Or him?
Beautiful, aren't they? Yet up there, on the surface, no one even knows they exist.
They're monsters.
There's a monster inside all of us.
What? No. No, it'll kill me.
I'd like to let you in on a very important secret I learned when I was about your age, boy. You see, power, real power, doesn't come to those who were born strongest, or fastest, or smartest. No, it comes to those who will do anything to achieve it.
Of course.
It's time to let the monster out.
Either I'm gonna kill you, or you're gonna kill yourself with this thing. I mean, he's not threatening him here, but dumb, impressionable, yeah. And he wants his revenge, right? This is problematic. This is a problem for our crew. Bro, look at this fucking wall with the...
Shit. Your name's no good now. My dad says you're a misfit. And that we can't be friends anymore.
So why are you out here?
I'm a misfit too, I suppose. What will you do?
Join the Talus Hammer business, I guess?
You can't do that.
No, I can't.
Come inside, Caitlin. Now.
I wonder if she has a role to play.
I just wanted to explain.
I think you've done enough.
Of course, status is everything.
You said this was a robbery. Did they take anything dangerous?
Hard to say. We don't exactly know what we did find, let alone what we didn't.
This mention of magic has the people afraid. The culprits must be apprehended.
We're doing our best, Counselor, I assure you.
Your attitude makes me question if your best is up to the task.
Oh, we'll find them. Don't worry.
We've conducted exhaustive interrogations, frozen commerce for half the district. With all due respect, Counselor, don't you think we've pushed them hard enough?
Do whatever it takes. Turn the Undercity upside down if you have to. Just find them.
This is the problem, right? If you're the middleman. All of the pressure coming from up there. And put the pressure down, and then at some point it's gonna explode.
can I get you?
4 sump rats will do. Search the place.
I mean, they're not here, I think. I hope.
While you're wasting your time, how about a proper drink?
I'll take the strongest shit you got.
And they're gone. Are they gonna get discovered though? I love the background OST, by the way. Reminds me a little bit of like Hades, if you've played that game.
You be careful with that.
Nearly forgot. I ran into an old friend of yours. He had some stories. You weren't always the peacekeeper, were you?
Yeah, well, you can't escape the past, right? It'd be a shame if I had to put them on again. Cast irons.
Ooh, those are the ones she's wearing later on. Don't tell me he's gonna die. Why is she hiding in the ceiling? Can somebody tell me that? Why is she hiding in the ceiling? Can be glad he didn't hear that.
You people down here are all the same. Mistaking arrogance for bravery. You think you're standing up for something? But we all know there is a crime behind every coin that passes through this place. You're just a small man in a little hole the world forgot to bury. And I'm gonna bury the lot of you.
You wanna bury all of them? That point in time, you're the one standing down there, and but somebody else gonna bury you. So, I don't know what you want, dude.
You all okay?
False sense of justice.
No, we're not okay. They almost saw Powder. What if they took her?
No one is taking any of you. Never let that happen.
It's already happening. You heard him. They won't stop. We need to fight back. And if you won't, I will.
I've heard this kind of talk before.
And this is where they were before, right? Something's in the air. Feels cold and metallic.
You still don't understand.
What I don't understand is how you can work with them. We were here, we saw what they did. I grew up knowing I'm less than them, that my place is down there. I want Powder to have more than that, and I'm willing to fight for it.
Question is, will you survive?
I was angry, just like you. I led us across this bridge, thinking things could change.
And everybody died.
If I hadn't, your parents would still be alive.
Okay. Both of them.
I know you want to Clagger? Powder? Nobody wins in war, Vi.
We all lose, yeah. Oh, I love the shot. Look at this. Fuck me.
The enforcers will come back.
Hmm.
I don't know. I'll figure it out.
Yeah. And they're still remembering them, right? All of the portraits and the flames and whatnot. Is she gonna give herself up? Like, be like, it was me? So she gets punished and everybody else stays... Not sure. Ooh, don't do it, my dude. Don't do it. A letter and his keepsake. What is gonna stop him? What is gonna stop him? Because this is not the end of your story.
Am I interrupting?
The hell's your problem? What's that? Another list with my name on it?
Actually, yes. But only because you signed your notes. Every page, I might add. A little egotistical, don't you think?
Is that why you came? To insult me?
No, I was intrigued by what you said at the trial.
That makes you the only one.
Yes, well, I wanted to talk about your work, this hex tech theory of yours.
It's not a theory. I saw with my own eyes what magic can do. The lives it could save. You've no idea how beautiful it is. And now it's gone. No one believed me.
Nobody's ever believed in me.
And all just because of an accident.
From the Undercity?
Oh, he's from the Undercity.
The moment I stepped foot in Piltover.
Wait, is he the brother of this other guy?
A patron or a name. I simply believed in myself. Which is why I'm here. Because I think you're onto something. I want to help you complete your research.
No one thinks it can be done.
When you're going to change the world, don't ask for permission.
Most inventors didn't. You come to them with results, right? That's why they asked for results during the trial, right? Was there at least something in there? They shut it down when they were like...
It's Victor.
Victor... These transitions are seamless. Like, they're not fancy, but they're really fluid.
Look, I made them for the enforcers. These are smoke bombs, and those two are full of nails. They're gonna work this time. I know it.
Me too.
You know, Powder, what makes you different makes you strong. Always remember that, okay?
What the hell were you thinking? Going into the last drop. Do you have any idea what you've done?
I was getting results. You heard the council.
You're a fool. There is no stopping what happens now. Maybe it's not too late.
What order is that? Also, is that the thing? That's not the Netflix logo. That's what they made the Netflix thing based on. The cinematography is amazing. I'm going around. Not just knocking on doors and knocking doors in. Yeah. He's gonna realize it. Holy shit. Taking responsibility, but not the way he expected it, right? Not the way he wanted it to. And Powder had an idea. When he saw the plush, he had an idea too. But he can't stop it anymore, it's too late. So the question is, what will happen to her? Or will she end up on the opposite side of Powder? Let's talk about it. I don't want to do it too long, mind you. So we are going to start. I've seen her before, so she's probably gonna play a larger role. But I've seen her before somewhere. I don't know where. Maybe she's also just a character in the game. That's also possible. But she's right. She was into him. They were kind of a thing. And like her family was supporting his research basically, or supporting him going to the academy. And he's somebody who's from outside probably, right? Got saved together with his mother. His mother's like from one of the lower houses, but supposedly not in the Undercity, but just like still part of like the higher society, I guess. For some reason or another. That's your parents' money you're dropping, and she's like smiling like it's these little things, right? It's like, look at that. Yeah. She really likes him. But yeah, the explosion and him just being knocked the fuck out and his entire life ruined in one moment. That was not even on purpose, it was an accident, right? And he saw her. Interesting. He saw her. And then we get the flashback with his backstory. For some reason they were going, like, tracking through the mountains. Maybe they were tracking through the mountains because they were fleeing from something. But yeah, somebody saved them. It's what I said, like with the crystals and all of that, he looks so much like a wizard, basically, like the archetypal wizard. Especially like with the old runes on his hands and all of this crazy stuff, right? And a staff. He didn't use technology. He was like, but yeah, the way he moves, right? Look at that, right? It looks very much like he's weaving the fabric of the universe, and I do really like that. It reminds me a lot of that, of Avatar and other series like it. But I do like how it's its own thing, right? It represents like in some like magic circles, and you do have stones and you do have runes. I don't know if I like that. That's something that to me like almost belongs into the Spider-Verse or something like that. It looks like that. I don't know if I like that representation. I do like this image of like the universe and whatnot. And he's like having the world in his hands. That's a really cool thing, perspective shot wise, right? Like that. Like, yeah, really, really cool. And then it's eye basically almost like seeing the world, right? And it's always kind of like very satisfying when one shape that is similar to another, like when they flow into one another, basically. He wakes up. And the flowers can kind of, low-key, like, great focus pull, by the way, can low-key kind of represent almost, like, life given new seeds, basically, or like you can just, like, revitalization, basically, right? He was saved on the brink of death. He's like, how? And look at how imposing this guy looks, like, how very, yeah, look at that, right? Like, almost like he's not real, and he drops that one crystal into his, like, that he later has as a wristband. This is very, very great. Let's go over it again, you have to believe me. I love how we're zooming through the hole that was made by the explosion into the building, right? It's such a creative way to set up a scene. And he wasn't supposed to have all of this trash, basically, that's from the underworld, that's undocumented and whatnot, and unlicensed. And there's this professor who is like a very nice professor, supposedly, right? Like somebody who's wise and somebody who's like knows a lot, right? But is very nice to their students as well, right? Like teaches them with kindness, but at the same time, his characteristics lean him more into the let's be safe and not touch the no stuff that has the potential to ruin the world, while other people like our other researcher who was born in the Undercity and our guy here, they both have this free spirit, right? Like he said, what a curious principle. We confine the physical body, yet the mind is still free, right? And that's the case for him. He's striving for more and he's willing to risk something for science. The question is, how far does he want to go? Because he's like, I see him kind of in between. Like there's people like our bad guy, our proverbial bad guy with the eye. He would go as far as he can to obtain power and obtain whatever he wants to obtain. He, on the other hand, he's more like curious, right? He's more on the level of like, yeah, I'm willing to risk a little bit something, right? This could be dangerous, yes, but I'm going to look into it. I don't see him being in the vein of like, I'm gonna sacrifice like 5, 10, maybe even one person. Maybe even one person. I'm not gonna sacrifice a person willingly to actually make something happen. But at the very least, I'm gonna risk my own life, or maybe that the building explodes or something like that, even though he couldn't have necessarily seen that coming. So much in that, right? The way we do the shading, the way we like highlight the characters. Wonderful directing, really. Every one of these like scenes could be just a painting, basically. Right, and we're biding our time. I love this like the neon lights that we're using for this scene where we have the escape scene, especially with like daggers through, like, or the swords through the falchions through the neck and whatnot, that probably Powder or somebody else painted. And then like the scene breaker, right? And he's got the temper. He's got the temper, like not like the other officer. He's actually like, when he's provoked, he's going wild. Boom, right? Look at that. That's like such a fast impact, you gotta say, right? When does it start? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 frames until he comes to somewhat of a semi-final position. Until we go into the slow-mo. 10 frames is nothing, right? Like this was 24 frames per second, like 10 frames, that's like less than half a second. You still recognize that. That's the thing. And she's good at shooting. We established that right away, right? Powder is good at shooting. I love that. Right? Looking around, everything is swooshing, and then like the ladder comes. All of these things. Focus on the gun. Push them down. And like the opposite, right? We have a window that is disheveled, right? All of this chaos that is in this little scene, and then we go over to the exact opposite. Perfect order, perfect or almost perfect symmetry. I wonder what these stones are here. They seem to be part of the architecture. Very interesting. But yeah, we set up the stone table. Medara is how she's called. Counselor. So, And Piltover is the region we are in, either the city or maybe even the state. But she's a counselor of the city. And she's like taking the child's toy to give as a gift to the other person. Is like, but that's a child, so she's like, perfect. He won't know the difference. Which is like, okay, he probably is a counselor just based on his family. He isn't terribly intelligent. That's how I put that. And here we do have the typical nobility, right? Darling, he nearly blew up our daughter, and like Jace had nothing to do with that. He was robbed, right? She's the advocate for Jace, basically. We're his patrons. Look at prim and proper, all the way he's like dressed and everything, and like everything has to sit, right? And he's just in the chair while they're smoking it. Yeah, that is rich family. I do wonder why she is going and like to the hearing and not him. If there's like some societal stuff that would indicate that. But we have seen women and men both in the council, so maybe she's just the one who is part of the family and he married into the family. That could also be a thing. we might never meet those parents again, to be honest. Like, we don't know, like, I don't know how much of a role they play. And there's this, like, this... Look at that, how much it is affecting him. He's like, obviously he's putting on a tough face, but all of that is just pressuring him in. He's like holding the seams of the underworld together, basically, because he doesn't want this to escalate. He doesn't want to see not only his children, right, but also everybody else and their children to fucking die in this. Because this is like, when things come to blows, he knows they have more technology, they have more resources, right, the other ones. Even if they win, there might only be 1 or 2 people left to actually claim that victory, and everybody else has died in the revolution, basically. But you do obviously understand. You do understand that there is some kind of like you can only push people so far. At some point in time, people in the beginning, people are going to be defined. They're going to be like whatever, right? But if your daily life gets so disturbed, if you get hungry, if you can't do your business anymore, if you're like constantly being pestered and beaten and like interrogated and just shoved around, basically, which is something they're not used to anymore, because the upper part of the city left them alone for the most part. Then in the end, at some point, like, it's like a powder keg, right? It's like you're slowly turning on the heat on the in the pan. At some point in time, the water's gonna get boiling, and then it's gonna cook over. She looks very prominent, right? She has a very, very cool design, so I do wonder if she's like a very important, or if she's somewhat of an important character. She also seems to be like some kind of leader, because she was like, come on guys, we're out of here. We're just gotta deal with the enforcers, and we go to the academy, which looks, yeah, this guy, holy shit. He's kind of a moron. That's how we display him. And he's ambitious, but comes from the Undercity. He's not a noble. That's why he's only the advisor. He's the advisor for a reason. We shut the whole thing down, kind of like, it almost feels like this is because we want everything that happens in this room to stay in this room. Immaculate design on like the room and everything, and how we put the light on him. We do have all of these little things, like her like necklace being like moving on its own and whatnot, probably related to what she invented. And he can't take that. He can't take that it was all useless, whatever. He has that passion of the young people. This guy's cooked. I don't know. I don't want to see his face, to be honest. Yeah, but she sees something in him, and some other people too, like our underdog. But what he sees is the potential for the life-ruining stuff, right? Like this power in the hands of the wrong person. And eventually it's gonna land in the hands of the wrong person. The problem is technology is just the same. Technology is also technology in the hands of the wrong person. It's already happening, as we can see, right? The people being oppressed, suffering. It's only those people up here, they don't see that, right? Not yet, or they close their eyes to it. Because it's easy if you live in relative comfort to close your eyes to the misery that's going on in the wider world, or maybe even the misery that you are indirectly causing. It must not happen. So that's constantly at the wrist with his thing. And it's like she's speaking up, right? She's coming in here, lessening the sentence because she doesn't want him to be killed or expelled from the country, basically. Banishing him completely from the country. Because they built this nation in order to prevent like all of the negative things, the warmongering of mages, basically, which is very interesting. While at the same time they're still oppressing their people, and I mean, very interesting that it has like 2 fingers, which are, oh yeah, those are the ones that had frostbite. All right, and they're mechanical. And he's like, this dude, like this robot dude, he's like, my species almost got killed by it. I do wonder what kind of species he is. If this is like how his species normally looks, if they're just a robot android-ish species, or if this is just because, right, his species is kind of fucked for whatever reason that we don't know. Well, you all probably know. You all probably know who played League of Legends. I don't. Light and shadow work is amazing in this show. But you do immediately see what kind of part of town he steps into, with like the purplish around and like the overgrown stuff. So it's the fringes basically to the underworld that our main characters are living in, that Powder's living in. But also to that region that our villain is basically living in. You carry your chin so high you fail to see the opportunity below. You're not looking down. Not looking down on your feet. It's like the opposite of looking down on your feet so much that you don't see the road ahead. Maybe he sees the road ahead, but he doesn't see how he gets there, right? So looking below to the road, to the street and whatnot, where he could be walking, he doesn't look there, so he stumbles over every stone. And very interesting. Oh, the reflection. And how the rain comes in when we want to set the mood and atmosphere of him being dejected. But we do have, that's what I was saying during the episode, we do have these glimmers of light coming in. That's hope, right? It's like not everything is lost for him yet. It's just a shower and it will pass. I guess this is his dad? I don't know. Maybe a stepdad too, because we saw early on, we saw only him and his mother traveling, so I don't know. And he's curious, but he's like, no. Security, right? But once you set the spark, right, you can't contain ideas. You can't contain that. Something very hard to contain, ideas. Once it's out in the world, once you've spoken it, once you open Pandora's box, you can't put it back in. It's not happening. That's how progress works. And obviously sometimes progress brings about misery as well, right? Brings about bad things, but the danger that it poses is like on the opposite side of the scales of like the benefits and like the long-term progression that society can take, where we are at some point gonna be in the position that we can help more people, right? We have the potential to help more people, even if we have the potential to harm more people as well. You gotta balance that. You gotta balance the act. That's why nothing in this world should be completely free of restrictions, because restrictions are also there to kind of minimize those dangers that exist, right? Science, for example, right? There's no sophisticated industrialized country that hasn't at least some restrictions on science to look that immoral things can be reduced, right? As much as possible. Obviously, we sometimes overstep moral boundaries. There's like a big debate about like if animal experimentation is a thing that should be done, right? Because it's creating suffering. But on the other hand, if you think into the past, right, how much progression would not have happened if we didn't do it, right? And if you don't experiment on animals, you have to experiment on yourself, right? Or in humans or whatever. And that's even worse from a like personal moral standpoint, because obviously we as like your own species always comes first in a way. Like that's just natural. That's just natural, right? You just shouldn't overdo it, right? You shouldn't just be callous. And there's a good argument to be made that animal experimentation should only be done as much as necessary. And stuff like mass production of meat, for example, is something that doesn't necessarily need to happen. Especially if you look at like if we did things better, right, in terms of like organization and everything, and work things out, and people and everybody on Earth would be eating a little bit less meat, then overall we would have a lot less animals that are just being raised to exist in like a two by two room and being exploited and suffering until they finally get slaughtered, you know. But yeah, he is definitely being instrumentalized. I think it's very interesting that he is not forcing him. He's not like, I'm gonna kill you or you're gonna take this. I think that's his second step if he wouldn't respond to his manipulation, but he is, and we show that, he is somebody who can manipulate you on an emotional level, right? He knows what makes these people tick, and he's like prodding that in order to get them to act in a way that he wants them to act in. In this case, it's a little bit intimidation and a little bit scratching his hurt ego, right? Being like, being like, you're never gonna amount to anything, right? This is ambition that's in there. You're never gonna amount to anything if you don't try it, right? If you don't do something for it. I'm giving you an opportunity. And the other guy, he nods, right? They're both in on it. They're like, he'll live long enough to do what we want him to do. And he takes it, right? It's like a, right? Like a challenge. Great, again, great cinematography. How we zoom out and hear the screams, and then everything is like it was on his body just now, and then we see that on the wall, basically the spreading corruption, right? Like almost like veins going out from the door. And there's like I said, like this beautiful shot on like the plant making its way down or up the wall in the rain with like the drops coming off. This is gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Him just wanting in there, being like, hey, look, give me a chance. And she's waiting for him, right? Because she's kind of probably in love with him, right? But she's obviously, look how she looks there, right? With the umbrella and whatnot. She's a brat, right? Not in that way, but in the way of like coming from a rich family, right? Still being under the mother and father in terms of like authority, right? Having to, or one, at least not not wanting to cut ties in the way, like, and listening to them because of that, and just knowing that she depends on their money in a way, right? And very young, you see that, very young. He's 24, I think she's probably like 22 or something. At least that's how she feels in this shot. And she's not looking exactly at him. She has her back turned to him. She doesn't want to have that close one-on-one interaction because she feels guilty about all of that happening. But yeah, he wants to explain himself. She's like, you have done enough. And it's like, she keeps, I think maybe she keeps up appearances, and on the inside she's like, I can't do anything for him, unfortunately, right? I would have liked to, but the decision is made. Or now that she's not worth anything anymore, she wants to push him away because she thinks he's going to be a bad influence on her daughter because he's excommunicated, basically. And here we do have the council, right? The full council, right? And she seems to be kind of like the central figure. That's how I read this picture, right? We have her on the right side, influential. We have him on the left side, right? Like being a little bit higher up. She's the lowest, right? In the pecking order, basically. We have this guy, like this typical, like stereotypical noble guy, blonde guy. And above that we have the stereotypical noble fat guy who is almost next to our counselor Madara, or however she's called, who is the highest here and is having her back towards us, which implies that she's thinking, like she's looking out the window and looking at the city, which implies she's thinking about the whole city, basically. She's got it all in her view, right? And she's turning her head towards us because she's listening to what's happening, right? She's like listening to the information that's coming in, but she's keeping herself closed off from us because she does, in her own head, want to make certain decisions. And he's ambitious. He's like, you are not doing everything, like to the female officer. I don't know if we have a name. I don't think so. He's like, you are not doing everything you're supposed to do. So I want to act on my own. This is when he's coming in. I do love this. Look at that, like the reflection of the surface, like the bar, like the table, the counter, basically, and then like the way they're like monolithic and like very, very like straight, standing there, chest out and whatnot, and they have him leaning in on the other side, which kind of represents that he's more amicable. He's trying to be more friendly, but we do have the clear distinction, like the counter is separating the two of them on a visual level. Amazing. We tell so much by just showing very little, right? We create the atmosphere of like a pitch black room being searched so well. And him playing with the drink and provoking him and everything, like the blue light of the flame gleaming in his eyes. And everybody's just like, a little bit antsy because they would love nothing more than to show those arrogant fucking bitches of the enforcer who's what's what, right? But he's like, no, leave it. And these are the gauntlets that she is carrying later, which makes me very, very worried for him, right? For his, like, maybe he's gonna die. Holy shit. Or maybe she's actually, when she's turning herself in, she's gonna be, she's gonna be made to work for them. But either way, we do have those gloves. And he used to be something, right? And he used to revolt. Look at that. He has so much hate and disdain for these people. But as I was saying during the reaction, I was like, look, dude, if you like burn all of them to the ground like you want to, like you're threatening to, you're gonna be the one who is the lowest on the totem pole. So you're gonna be the one who is the most oppressed and the most miserable. Because if the upper masses above, if they don't have anybody to oppress, if they don't have anybody to just exploit, then the problem that's gonna get created is basically that they don't have any power and resources themselves, right? I mean, they have what they have, but they can't gather any more, right? And they can't create more of like a power difference between them and other people, which then are gonna work for them, right? And make their life comfortable. So you kind of like, I mean, it's very easy to kick down. Let me say it like that. It's very easy to kick down. It's very hard to punch upwards, right? Maybe sometimes you should punch upwards a little bit more often rather than kick down. Because in the end, if you kick down and the ground crumbles from under you, you're gonna fall pretty low. Again, you have this like the slow focus pull and zoom out to the environment that we had before, right? Like the fence that they were on with, that she was on with Powder, and her plush that she was talking about that she didn't get down, right? And now we have this like very foggy atmosphere. It almost almost looks like a shot of London or something. But like there's obviously these stylistic differences. And she is at the brink. She's at the brink, like the hood down and roughed up and like as if she has a headache, right? And this turmoil inside of her and all of these emotions glimmering in her eyes. And we have like a very well set up shot because he's like, his back is towards open sky, towards freedom, while her back is towards like a pillar, which is like kind of narrowing her down in her field of view. And especially like this scene where they're like a little bit confrontative, but also like where they're talking about a matter that is very dire, we do have everything kind of like boxed in, right? It's very narrow, like we're passing through a narrow hallway, symbolically, basically. But yeah, we're talking this out, and he's like, your parents would be alive if I didn't lead that charge back then. He's trying to explain it to her, and a little bit is getting through to her, right? Because she's like, I can't just revolt or whatever. Maybe her idea is to revolt from the inside, but I don't know how that would work when she's actually being taken in as a criminal, so not sure. But at the very least, we do have that very endearing moment between the two of them. And I said that I love that shot, right? Very clear symmetrical line over here. This side of the shot, the left side, seems very constricted, very like narrow in a way, and even with like the narrow part of the open sky, but very foggy. And on the right side, we have more of a lean in, right? It's like, it's flowing, it's round basically. And we have more space on that side now, on the right side. And there's like a glimmer of light coming from the horizon, but everything else is like dark clouds above. And she's leaning on him. He's perfectly square in the middle of this. The enforcers will come back, I don't know. I'll figure it out. And this is when she makes her decision. She's like, think of my parents, think of everybody else. If I take the blame. At least that's my theory. That's my theory. It might not be the case. And he is like, I love how we're taking this shot from down below and we're looking at him up above, which is... And then the rubble coming off. It's like, it's perfectly framed as we zoom in on the letter and we don't need... Show, don't tell, right? Show, don't tell. We don't need to say anything. We know what's gonna happen. Without him saying anything, without him making anything clear in any like, overly traumatic way. And he's just stepping in. He's like, am I interrupting? We have him coming in. And I wanna guess his name because he's Jace, cripple of the Undercity. No, not a patron. I want to help you complete your research. You're not going to ask for permission if you want to change, or if you're going to change the world. Take the opportunity. And I don't know if he's nefarious. I was like, maybe he's like, he seems very much, like he seems almost similar to our bad guy that has been set up, but maybe the resemblance is accidental. And he looks a little bit sinister. But it doesn't have to be, right? Victor. Victor is his name. That's not a good person name, I'm sorry. So far, Victors have been very, very shady, but anyway. And she's like, you're trying to get results, but I don't want you to disturb that peace. And then there's a message, and the message is, look at that, right? We're playing like with the tune and whatnot, and then the cinematography, right? The boots stamping over the ground of like the green atmosphere. We know they're in the underground, first of all, and the second is like the boots, merciless, right? Marching, basically oppressive. And then we're like having that broken window while she is kind of like wallowing at the counter. Interestingly enough, the counter is cutting up everything but her head, which could also be read as very symbolic. And he's kind of cheery because he thinks like maybe he can like get that closeness. And yeah, they're just stamping in here, benzos. And we zoom in on her eyes, and that's that, right? It's a little bit fear in there as well, right? But resolved nonetheless. Yeah, that was Arcane episode 2. I would say that in a little bit we're probably gonna just jump into episode 3, and that's that. I'll see you there in just a second. Right, welcome back. Let's finish this off in style, right? This first part. It's probably gonna be the first part. This is gonna be 1, 2, 3, and then we're gonna like next part probably gonna be, I don't know, 4, 5, 6 or 4, 5. We'll see. You wanna know how I'm enjoying Arcane? Most of my pizza is still here. It's getting cold at this point in time, so that doesn't tell you how much I'm enjoying this series, and I don't know. Let's get right into it, alright. Arcane! Season 1, episode 3 starts in a 2, a 1. And back to the record. A little bit mukbang action for you. Oh, yes. I wonder what's happening now. Actually, I'm here. Sorry, I probably have to like...
Ever wonder what it's like to drown?
No, I never wondered. I didn't never want to wonder.
There's peace in water. Like it's holding you. Whispering in low tones to let it in.
Your consciousness drowns. Like depression. I just gotta sink in.
But then there's this thing in your head, and it's raging.
It wants out.
Every nerve with madness. To fight. To survive.
Yeah.
And all the while this question lingers before you. Have you had enough?
Interesting.
You could pass a lifetime without ever facing a choice like that. But it changes you forever. For that, I thank you. Old friend.
Yeah, I knew it. I fucking knew it, my dude. He drowned him? The fuck, he drowned him? Very cool how we display that in two opposite things, right? Like the one thing, like he describes, the one thing is like blue and cool and peaceful and calm, right? Almost like falling asleep, and the other one is like just yellow and with red blood splatters and eyes bulging out, and everything's just like hectic and fuck. Yeah. Alright, boys, this is it. Benzos. Jittering, right? Nervous. There's all this kinetic energy in her.
Vander?
I don't have much time.
How did you find me?
I'm proud of you. Always have been.
I'm sorry.
It comes different.
This is the only way to protect the others.
Vander! You've got a good heart. Don't ever lose it. No matter how the world tries to break you. Protect the family.
What are you...
He's gonna give himself up.
No!
I'm guessing that's for me.
Are you gonna let us make the arrest or not?
You'll oblige a doomed man one last smoke. Won't you?
I'm not putting you away, Vander.
The council needs its pound of flesh.
Without you down here, it all falls apart.
Maybe that's the hope.
Benzo will handle things. He may not have my devilish charm, but he runs a tight ship.
Vander, no! I can't do this!
You won't be coming back for a long time.
I know.
Why?
It's the only way.
Open the damn door! What's happening?
Wait, what the fuck happened? Oh, it's shit, it's the other guy. Oh no. Right at the same time, right? This is gonna kick something loose. Yeah, this is gonna kick something loose.
Silco? You animal. Go crawl back in your whatever hole you came out of!
Benzo, stay back!
You never did know when to walk away.
Wait!
Stubborn to the end.
What the hell have you done? This wasn't the deal!
Deal's changed.
Is he gonna die too? Without even having the chance to fight. Well, he doesn't bleed yet. Does he have plans for him? Yeah, he's gonna take him. Shit. And the peace is gone. Right, forever. The two people who were upholding the peace, both of them are now gone. Love how the window changed to red.
This entire time I thought
But also thanks to the blood.
Oscillations. The crystals will only stabilize at high frequency. You have to crank it. Yes, yes, you have to crank it.
It works.
On paper.
Well, we could test it if we had access to my equipment.
Which is being destroyed tomorrow.
Wait, what?
Oh, yeah, I meant to tell you.
That research is everything. My whole life. Maybe if we showed them the equations, they'd let us.
We need more than promises. We need proof.
Not without the crystals. The enforcers took them all. They're gone.
Yeah, locked away in Heimerdinger's lab.
No. You heard the council. If we're wrong...
Better be right, then.
Why? Why would you risk
I mean, your life is over if you don't.
It was my life's ambition to be an assistant.
Yeah, same, right.
Discoveries. Ways to make the
Greatness.
world a better place. This Hextech dream of yours has the potential to do that.
I do wonder if they're gonna be a force for good or evil, long term. Who's opening up? Damn. Alright, little man, come in.
I saw everything. Benzo, they...
What about Vander?
They took him. They didn't kill him.
Where?
So there's hope. Yeah. But what are we gonna do? She gonna take up the gloves? Holy shit, point of view shot. What the fuck? I do wonder what history they have. Is he gonna mass produce that?
It's a little crude, I'll admit. The base violence necessary for change. But we both know Topside won't listen to anything else.
So he wants change too, but differently.
Even with your monsters, you won't win a war against Piltover.
I don't have to. I just need to scare them. They won't dare set foot in the underground again.
You'll get people killed. And for what? Pride?
For respect. Opportunity. Everything they've denied us.
You had my respect. The Lane's respect, but that was never enough for you.
We shared a vision, Vander.
A dream of freedom.
Freedom.
That.
Not just for the Lanes, but the whole of the underground, united as one.
Okay, I'm listening.
The nation of Zorn. Do you even remember? I trusted you.
Zorn.
And you betrayed me.
He's becoming more and more interesting as a villain.
What I did to you. I've never forgiven myself. You are my brother.
No, you still don't understand. Can you imagine what it's like? When your blood mixes with the filth and the river toxins eat through your nerves. Oh, I hated you for what you'd done. But as time passed, so did my hate. And I was left with an understanding. The only way to defeat a superior enemy is to stop at nothing, to become what they fear. I hated you, but you kept my respect. Until you made peace with them, played lapdog after everything we suffered.
I had no choice.
Perhaps. But now you do. Shimmer, we have the power. We can finally realize our dream. Brother.
Look at what you've done. Benzo. These kids. In fighting Topside, you'd sacrifice everything that we are. It's not the way. Can't you see that? Kill me if you have to. But please, spare the Lanes.
You die for the cause, but you won't fight for one.
Interesting. You die for the cause, but you won't fight for one.
Not that man anymore.
I'll show you what you really are.
Like, I don't have it left in me to lose more people. But he stopped caring, right? Everything is justifiable. And she's in with him, okay? Right, because she was too. But she's like, you look weak. We need somebody who's strong. And the two of them are breaking in.
So far, so good.
Got you.
Exile for your endeavor. That's quite the conviction.
The counselor. Wait a minute. What a surprise. Bedroom?
Nice try.
We can prove that it works.
You couldn't do so earlier today. How is tonight any different?
We figured out how to stabilize it.
You're the professor's assistant.
No, he's my new partner.
Even if you managed to prove your theory, the council would destroy it.
Heimerdinger will recognize the potential.
He already does. It scares him. It scares them all.
Scares them, yeah.
I recognize that any worthwhile venture involves risk.
Counselor, this technology, it's real. And no matter what happens here, it's going to change our world. We should be the ones to lead it. Piltover.
Yeah, better we than somebody else.
Innovation. I know it sounds impossible, but when have we ever let that stop us? Please, just give us a chance.
In the spirit of innovation.
One night, gentlemen. Impress me, or I'd suggest you pack your bags.
Yeah, say her like outfit is amazing.
Oh, Counselor Moderna, you nearly scared me to death.
Another late night. The work just doesn't end.
Well, I suppose that's a sign of good business, huh?
Her design is amazing.
Well, if the enforcers hit tonight, we'll be ready. I think.
Dibs on the bat.
No. I found it.
But I called it.
I found it.
Respected Dibs. I called it already.
Stop being such a big baby.
Why?
Where's the...
Oh, you're back.
Hey, those are Vanders. Slow down. What's going on?
Benzo's dead.
Dead?
They took Vander.
Who took Vander?
I don't know, but I need to help him.
We're going with you.
Whatever killed Benzo was like nothing I've ever seen. It tore him apart.
You're not doing this alone, Vi.
He's our father, too. Do you know where they took him?
Echo followed them. The old cannery next to the docks. He said... I need you to sit this one out, Powder.
What?
You're not coming.
I'm not afraid.
It's too dangerous.
That's not it.
Families stick together. You said it yourself.
I know what I said.
I want to fight. I can help.
You're not ready.
He wants her safe.
You're all I have left. I can't lose you. Here. If they come for you, take this and run. Wherever you are, light it up, and I'll find you. I promise.
Holy shit, what is gonna happen? I'm... Yet look at this child, lonely as fuck, in the middle of the night. Everybody keeps dying around her. Fucking hell, dude.
It's all here.
Alright, time to explode the world. Oh yeah, that was his.
Are you sure you know what you're doing?
Let's fucking do it. He's like, oh! His facial expression was great.
I don't think it's gonna hold. Look at the buildup.
The resonance will stabilize it. Trust me.
Oh, are they gonna resonate with it? Holy fuck. Yeah. Don't. I mean, I don't know why I say don't. I mean, it's just not... Oh, this is not good.
I can help them.
Oh, I thought she was gonna go into the mode of this is all my fault, but now she... Oh no, I don't know if I like that. Maybe she's gonna mess it up again.
Let's get Vander and get out.
I told you it would work.
Alright, nice.
All yours.
Wow. It's never done that before. All right. Here we go.
So they don't know what they're doing. I mean, they got something, but now everybody knows they're there. Meanwhile, our three heroes are still undetected. As of yet. Ooh, I love that. That shot, right? The way the shading goes? Like the light and shadow. Alright, why? I need to remember that.
We're breaking you out. Milo.
On it.
How did you get in? I mean, there's guards everywhere.
It was easy. We found an open window and...
Oh, God. You have to get out. Now.
Welcome.
Yeah, kind of a trap in a way. I mean, he doesn't need them, but maybe he wants them for something.
But I'm afraid this will be a very short reunion. Have you heard the rumor? Vander the coward fled town with his children. And they were never seen again.
Clagger, see if you can find another way out of here.
Okay. You don't have to do this.
Yes, I do.
Alright, let's see. Let's see what she does. Up to no good, all of them. I think she's not gonna croak immediately. But so many people against one, or against two. He was hesitating. That packs a punch. All right. I'm most worried about her because she's the wild card.
Take a breath. You can do this.
Oh, she's holding out.
We're gonna get you out.
She's kind of lucky she's on that narrow bridge, I gotta say. You got some kind of...
Rise to the surface.
Oh, he wants revenge, right? Also, you don't know if that's not addictive or something. Almost feels like it. Oh, this is not gonna end well, is it? Yeah. Come on, Powder, you're gonna do it.
This is between you and me.
You had your chance.
Looks like a Resident Evil character, I ain't gonna lie. I mean, she knows when to quit, right?
You did good.
Stop this lunacy and work!
They're almost through. No pressure. That sounds like pressure.
And he remembers, holy fuck, dude. He's got it. I love that sonic boom sound effect.
You've actually done it. But just because it can be done doesn't mean... Will you please stop hovering?
Can they?
This is not what Piltover's future looks like, my dear boys.
That's for the council to decide. Perhaps it's time for the era of magic.
Hextech. For the era of Hextech.
Exact. And she's got explosive magic zones, holy fuck.
You have to work for me, okay?
I love how she's putting, like, just like making little dudes out of them, just like giving them names and whatnot. Is it gonna be in time? Is she close enough? I mean, he stopped. He got distracted. Holy shit. She didn't expect that. Alright, that lady lost her arm. I didn't think it had more than one charge. Fuck me, dude. Ooh, did he just lose his eyes? Fuck, did she just kill everybody? Possibly including herself? Shit, she means so well, but it's always like the element of chaos. That's why I was nervous about this. Right? And we know she's gonna blame herself for this. They were almost out. Yeah. Bare knuckle, holy shit. This one's gonna be harsh. Mm-hmm. And she can't do anything, she's trapped. Or maybe she isn't. Oh, fuck. Milo. And she's always protected her. But how is this gonna change her? How is this gonna change her view? She gonna blame her? They were almost out. Flashbacks. Nice stand stab again. Yeah, it wasn't him, but... Oh, no, it was. And this is why he has to... It is so over, holy shit. This is even worse than I expected. It's not gonna turn him, is it?
Find the girl.
This bastard is still alive. Holy fuck. Bro, he is on yet. No, he's reaching for it. Yeah, he's reaching for it. Desperation. But this is gonna kill him for sure. Yeah. He didn't expect that. Holy fuck, dude. He didn't expect that. Yeah, his last act, probably. And then what is she left with? What is she gonna be left with? I don't know where Powder is. For all we know, she fell into the river or something. But Vi knows that Powder was here. I mean, it's not all her fault, but still.
Take care of Powder.
That flame effect is crazy, by the way. Shit. Why do we have magic Bane serum in this universe? Can somebody tell me that? Oh no. She doesn't even know what she doesn't even know what she did.
Why did you do this?
I didn't. I was saving you. I only wanted to help. I only wanted to help. I only wanted to help.
I told you to stay away.
Please, please.
I told you to stay away!
No!
Yeah.
Why did you leave me?
Because you're a jinx! Do you hear me? Milo was right.
No.
That's where her name comes from, right?
Violet, please!
It is so hard to control your emotions in moments like these. What is he gonna do? Is she gonna be on the bad side?
I'll kill you if he hears you. Come on, let's go.
And this bastard is just fucking getting out of there. You wonder what he wants with her. I don't mean...
Hello, little girl.
I don't mean Silco.
Where's your sister?
She left me. She is not my sister anymore.
It's okay. We'll show them. We will show them all.
The sad thing is it was not even Violet's choice. Like, I do wonder what. Holy fuck, are you kidding me? With the. Okay, this is really good. And we're sinking. We're sinking into the ocean. Till all we see is a tiny little light. Yeah, this just keeps throwing you for a loop all the time, right? I don't even know where we go from here, to be honest. I mean, this feels obviously like a point where we time skip. Gonna be like 6 years later or something. I think it's time to say goodbye. Right. Great changes ahead. This is how it feels, right? Tragedies, discoveries. This sounds kind of like the singer who did like the Legends Never Die song, but I'm not sure, I could be wrong. I remember having that one on my playlist for some time back in the day, just because it was a great song. I'm always kind of waiting for like an after credit scene or something. But for all I know, maybe the series doesn't even have any after credits. So many people involved in this, huh? A lot of talented people, definitely. Yeah, we only got a couple of seconds left. There's no after credits, but yeah. Okay. I really do love this, just going back through it. Alright. Where do we start? The directing is spot on. Like I said, this series kind of throws you for a loop always. From moment one, kind of, it feels like, yeah, there's a lot of plot lines where you're like, okay, I can see where this is going, but then we have like the pivotal moment of when this is gonna happen and something is gonna throw a wrench in it. And I guess this is like one of the great things here. Just like there's all of these little individual stories, right? Jace and Powder / Jinx probably then. Vi, Vander, our like Chancellor, Madeira, or something along those lines. I don't know. Like Jace feels like almost like a secondary main character, in a way, like separate from our main cast, and also kind of maybe more tied to how the world develops in a way, right? How like in the future we're gonna have a time skip, and then probably Hex, whatever it's called, right? Hex tech is gonna probably already be developed a little bit, and it's gonna be employed, and it's gonna be this new thing, that cool thing in the world. And I do wonder if Jay's actually gonna play a larger role with our story going on. It would be cool because we already know his motivations. We already know he's impacted the world in a major way, and we already know that we already are involved in his story. Obviously, Chink's gonna be a character. Obviously, Vi is gonna be a character. Yeah, we do start with Silco's backstory, which is violent, to say the least. Story full of like violence and resentment, I guess. Him drowning by the hands of Vander. For whatever reason, we still don't know why or how. We only know maybe he struck him down in like a power struggle or some kind of like for the underworld kind of stuff, right? Like for the underground. And you respected him for that, but then came the time of like the revolution, and he led the revolution and it failed, right? And then he made the deal for peace with the upper city, with the enforcers, and since then he's been like, how dare you, right? All of these sacrifices, all the people we've lost, right? All of the sacrifices I made and everybody else. And that's how a good deal probably of the underground feels. Describes how it is to die, and we do have that red-tinged, like, right? That red-tinged silhouette of Vander standing above him past the water surface. I guess we see we've gotten to know most of the major players now. I can't identify everybody, but this is definitely, I think this is this Jace or is it not? Because it would make sense with the hammer and his family and whatnot. And it's supposed probably gonna be Jinx, and this is why. And they're gonna be on opposite sides, I guess. And now we know how. She wanted to surrender herself, but he's like, no, but I'm gonna do it. And there's a couple of reasons why that makes more sense, right? For him to do it. One of them is he's older, right? He's not the next generation. He's thinking about the next generation. And that they will inherit as well in a way. Also that she is very young and naive, and she's got all of her life ahead of her, right? And all of these lessons that she still has to learn. If it's gonna be ended right now, right here, would be way too sad. Especially with all the investment he had in her, right? As a father, emotionally. But also, like, just raising her up, teaching her things, right? I don't like that. You don't want your kids, no matter if biological or not, to die before you. Obviously, there's downsides to this as well. The city would destabilize, right? The underground especially, if he wasn't there, right? There would be a power vacuum and people would come in and try to take charge. Everything would fall apart, and that is rightfully so what she is saying. She's like, you're going away for a long time if you do this, and then everything destabilizes. And he's like, I ain't budging, right? Either this is going to be a bloodshed or I'm going peacefully, and that's that. And she understands that, right? She understands the city very well. She understands the dynamics of everything going on. And then Silco lets the monster loose. And that's it for her, right? That's it for the second person who was gonna stabilize the city on the upper side, right? They had a handshake deal, both of them. He on his side, she on her side. They were gonna keep the peace. And with that single moment, the peace just crumbled. Love that. He's in focus. He's out of focus. Right, our officer is also in focus. Silco coming in as the man of the hour. He's like, this is not what we this is not what you promised me. He's like, well, too bad. Take it or leave it. We have the red tinged because of, like, it makes perfect sense, right? Red tinged because of the atmosphere, but also because of the blood on the window. It's right, to tie that in, that's great. I love how his eyes are smoldering, like that, kind of like very symbolic for who he is, right? Revenge and like just like this hate that's within him. This like flame, and we do later get to know like it came from a place of care originally, not anymore, right? Love the upward shot. We see everything. Well, we see everything happening in that alley, right? Like the dead bodies, like how they move. And they're dragging him away. And now, again, we're switching over, back and forth. The things are happening at the same time, right? We keep up the chronology, basically. They're arguing over the design and everything. But they figured it out in like a a day or two. Like, holy shit. Like, they are being smart about this. But yeah, come on, little man. He's also still alive, I think, right? Fuck me, dude. Fuck me. I do wonder where she's gonna, like, where Y is gonna go. If she's gonna lead the underground, basically, right on the other side, right? Trying to keep everything stable. Or if she was abducted now by the officers and is gonna be kind of instrumentalized by them. I do love this because this feels like way different than the underground. The underground is cool, right? Like cool green, poisonous, right? Noxious in a way, but it's not in the way that it doesn't feel fiery. It doesn't feel hateful. It feels like thievy, right? And like robberies and then like stakeouts and whatnot, cracking safes, stuff like that, robbing people blind, like the gangster kind of stuff, but not in the way, not raw. This here feels raw. It feels visceral. It feels hateful in a way. The red helps, the violet helps too, and the gray colors in the background. This is a piece of art, holy shit. And we have the narrow passageway, him just leaning on the railing, and him looking over it. These shots are insane. Just wants to scare them, of course. Of course he does. But if it gets bloody, he doesn't mind that either, right? Not just the lanes, but the whole underground united as one. Do you remember? And he regrets what he did. You were my brother. I love that. It's almost, this feels almost, and we zoom into the eye and go into his memory. Like first we have the water, right? The acid water. And like he's telling about like how the acid mixes within your blood, and that makes sense in that case. But this almost feels Trigger in its animation, if you know what I mean. Like very vivid, very like very LSD dreamy, right? Like I would expect such a like shot transition from a Studio Trigger, basically, which is right. That is high praise for me because I really like Studio Trigger's artistic expression and all of that. Yeah, right. Almost losing his grip, but coming for the knife. Shimmer, we have the power. But Shimmer is apparently that stuff. You die for the cause, but you won't fight for one. That is a powerful sentence, right? It's more like the difference between a Gandhi and, I don't know, like the people during the French Revolution, right? Basically, like, I mean, it's a stupid example, stupid like comparison, but like Gandhi almost starved himself to death in protest, right? Dying for a cause, basically. But he didn't fight, he didn't choose violence, and he'd do it, right? And he did it, like Vander did it once upon a time. But he strayed away from that path, because this is not, like, it caused too much pain and suffering and he couldn't take it, right? At some point he decided this is not worth it. It's not worth losing everybody you ever cared about. Endangering them. And maybe he decided the moment he saw these two children looking at their dead mother. After he took them for the revolution, basically, right? I don't know if it was a real revolution, but it seemed like the way it's described, the way the flashes we get, like the beginning of Arcane, feels like revolution. But he was like, you should have never given up the revolution, right? His fire still burns, and he's ready to go over anybody, right? He's willing to sacrifice anything to gain that power. And we see that later, how he instrumentalizes powder, right? Where he's like, but I want to talk about that later on, because I think it's more than that. Marble structures of the academy, once again, right? We're breaking in, and we're being given a chance, right? At first he's like, oh, this is not the bad shape of like, dude, drop the act. Drop the act. But yeah, her design is amazing, right? The gold and the white with her skin color looks fucking amazing. Like, whoever designed her has a real knack for fashion sense, I'd say. That is a really cool, like Also, it expresses exactly what it's supposed to be, right? In terms of like, she's a chancellor, so it still needs to look regal, right? It needs to look like she's upper class, which it perfectly looks like that, even without the gold, right? Even the white dress, just the way it's cut and everything, right? She's sympathetic to that spirit of like risking something in order to obtain something. When we come back, we talk about it, and she excludes her. And she should have seen that coming, that she's gonna go after them, but she wants to protect her, and she hopes that Powder would understand, but Powder didn't understand in that specific sense, right? She did for a second, but what do you do when you feel so powerless, right? Everybody else is out there fighting for their lives, and you're this small, you can't do anything, you can't fight, you can't whatever, right? You have all these self-doubts within yourself because all of that shit happened partially because of you, right? You messed up a couple of things as well, right? Even if your sister keeps telling you it's fine, right? You have your talent, it's not your fault. This is just a little spark that's gonna say, okay, but you need to do something and prove yourself now, right? But also, in addition to that, I can't just sit here and wait until everybody or nobody ever comes back, right? I feel helpless. I feel like I'm such a useless person, right? All of these things, the mean things that are getting said about me when somebody is angry, right? Or frustrated or whatever, even if they don't mean it. All that is inside of me, and I need to push against that to find a way to right, come into myself, find my identity, be somebody, right? Hell, be helpful, right? Be relied on, not just be protected as this thing that always needs protecting, that is fragile. Love the symmetry of that shot. But yeah, they're experimenting. They don't know what they're doing half the time, but yeah. And here we have the scene. I think I really like how visceral this is, right? Like with the snot and the crying, and like it is the way it would be, right? If you feel these emotions and cry so hard and you're so desperate, right? You don't care anymore how you look, right? You don't care how, right? That the snot is dripping off your face. It's just raw emotion. It feels that way too, right? She's alone. And she can't do anything about it. And she doesn't know, right? It's like with Vi earlier, right? With Violet. It's like, where does the energy go, right? When something, or later on as well, right? When Vander dies. Where does the energy go, right? You're helpless, you don't know where to put it. The energy, you don't know how to make something happen that you desperately need to happen. And she saw that chance, right? In the crystals, she saw that opportunity, and it was also, she was kind of like, she would have been relatively useful, but bad things happen right now. It definitely almost feels like she's jinxed, right? Like shit just happens. Collateral damage just happens. But that happens when you don't know what exactly is gonna. And she put on the little chimp, and she was like, "Alright, go," but she didn't know what was gonna happen. How large is the explosion radius? Right? She didn't think about these things. She's a little fucking kid, right? Me and you wouldn't think about this either. But that's the problem, right? She has all of that, like, these great ideas, this inventiveness inside of her, but she doesn't have yet the understanding for the gravity of what she's doing, right? Like how the butterfly effect works, right? How a little tiny thing can cause a cascade of things to happen, right? And it was kind of almost. I do like this, really like the shot of him. Shame he's dead. And he wants to end it once and for all, right? She's putting on the gloves, and she's holding her own. Like, holy shit, she's holding her own so hard. I was like, right, if like Powder comes in now, she maybe can turn the tide. Like, and this is like masterful directing, right? The way we set it up, the way we put it, like, we let it flow, the pace it goes, and we're like fevering, right? We're like at the cusp of this, and we're like, holy shit, yes, Powder, come in, help us, right? Like, you might be the one to save us this time, But obviously, tragedy beckons, and this is what happens. Love how he refocuses Milo. He's like, Milo, you can do this, right? Trust yourself. Right? Because he was nervous. He's like, this is it, shit, what if I can't do myself? And he's like, eh. And this is how he gets free, and we're almost free. We're almost free, like the monsters here, and like, right, yeah, she's getting jerked around. And we're getting past this, right? This is like a beautiful moment, by the way, but... Right. The crystal giveth, and the crystal taketh away. But yeah, this is the moment. We needed proof, right? And the counselor was like, okay, I can do something with this. And if it's under supervision, I do think that it can be fine, right? And like I said last time, we opened Pandora's box. There's no going back. This is gonna revolutionize the future. And for us, the future is probably gonna be next episode. She sees something in there. She's like, yes, this could be something. You have to work for me. No. Unfortunately, he is an agent of chaos. Right? As much as our hands are agents of change, that change doesn't always have to be good, right? And if we don't have something under control, if you don't know everything about it, right? Or you don't have a good grasp of what it is, then sometimes, right? It's a high risk, right? We see the parallels, right? On the one hand, Jace, who risks something, right? Something big, right? His own expulsion, maybe even dying, right? Destroying another building with people included in order to make something great happen, something positive in this case, right? At least for now. Don't know how it's gonna be later. While at the same time, Powder, she risks something. Knowing the risks way less than Jace, actually, mind you. But also she risks something. And if you put yourself into the hands of fate, it can happen. That there's gonna be negative consequences. And this has happened a couple of times for Powder now. Although I gotta say the last couple of times, in my opinion, weren't her fault, right? She was just unlucky with what she was doing. She put the crystals in, she let one fall. She couldn't have known that it explodes, right? But this time, it was the intention and her not thinking it through enough, I guess. I love this shot, how he punched through the wall and he's like standing there, really, really cool. One of a cool last moment for him. And we do set everything up and everything is... It's almost like everybody in the room kind of knows something's gonna happen and they don't know what, but they feel it. And boom. I didn't know it can happen multiple times. It can just clap there and it's like creating an explosion, but she's gonna get hit by it as well, right? She's like, but apparently she's fine, right? So, and she lost her arm, so I'm assuming she's gonna be a character and she's gonna have a metal arm, probably. At least distinctively, that's how it was shown. She didn't die from that. And we set everything ablaze. This guy is also, he's gonna be turned into some weird monstrosity. I already know it. And it comes worse than we actually want it to come. And this is like a brutal death for Milo and... I forgot your name, I'm sorry. The blood splatter on the glasses. And right through the chest, even if nothing fell on them, they would have been dead, probably. What a night. Right, two things happening, almost like equivalent exchange, right? Something very, very good, very promising, something very bad, very like foreboding. I do love how we have the foreshadowing symbolism of like the hook basically looming over the two of them. Holy fuck, dude. Yeah. And her being crushed under the rubble. This moment was very powerful for me, right? Like, because when the music swells and this is like his last surge of adrenaline, this is his last stand and he knows that. He collects every single little ounce of his power and energy, the last of his life force, basically, to get that rubble off of him and defend his daughter. Which, wow, I mean, what you gotta say to that, right? A powerful moment, but not enough. But he gets actually not killed by the monster. He gets stabbed in the back by Silco. Interesting. Silco is this, right? Right, Silco. I think it was Silco. I don't. If I get some of these names wrong, I'm sorry. I'm gonna get them right eventually. Much like he supposedly stabbed, at least metaphorically, Silco in the back in the past. And he turns around, and we do have that visceral, that like moment. And look how they shot this. The moment he turns around, he puts his hand on his throat. Look how small he looks in his hand, right? And this is how he feels in that moment. So small and powerless. And he flashes back to his traumatic memory of being drowned. All of the hate in both of their eyes. And he grabs his knife like he grabbed the knife back then. And back then he stabbed his arm, and that is, right? That is what he referred to when he went over his arm with his hands. But yeah. Brothers in a way, right? Not really, but you know. Blood brothers, basically. But not blood brothers. Brothers in spirit, in a way. Formally. He's like, I knew you still had it in you, right? You did have that side in you still. It was buried deep inside, but it was there. And the flames are burning. And I was like, holy shit, he's still alive. What the fuck? Is he tough? He is so fucking tough. And that's the last stand. I don't know if he wanted her killed. I don't think so. I think he wanted to use her in a way, but maybe he wanted her killed after all. He didn't say to our monster guy, kill her. It was like, get her. And he goes in, and he controls himself because he has these violent instincts through that stuff that he. I love what they do here. It's almost like Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, where we have that smushiness and his neck extends weirdly, right? And he walks back. Silco is like, what the fuck did you do? There's so much sadness in his eyes as well, right? But he chooses to save his daughter, and that is his last moment. He's like, take care of Powder. And this is that one moment, and Powder comes in, and she's like super happy about everything working out. She didn't see the ramifications of what she did, right? She only got blown away, and then she was like, yes, it worked. Did I help? And how do you react to that, right? Because in that moment, all she feels is like emotion. It's like sadness and frustration and anger about her father dying. Their father dying. About their friends dying. About them almost having him made out alive, right? Like, Vander was like, you did good, and then they were out the wall. They could have made it. But that element of chaos, and that's what I was worried about, Powder. She came in and she was like thinking she was gonna help. But unable to stay at home because how could you if everybody you ever cared about was at stake here, right? But you're too small to understand everything. You're too small to see the consequences of what's possibly the risks of what you're doing. Too small to really be able to help in any other way. And now the guilt crushes her. Everything is on her, right? Even if Vi wouldn't blame her in that moment, and she does blame her, we have to keep that in mind. She doesn't long term, but she does blame her in that very moment. And she expresses that to a degree, and that all falls her, it crushes her, right? What do you do, right? You barely you're barely old enough to like look at that face. She's just crying. All of that pain. She even got hit by her, right? And she didn't want to do that. And this is why she's moving away. She's like, I don't want to. I don't know if it's right. I don't know if it's right when you have parents, siblings, whatever. And they have these violent instincts and aggression and whatnot inside themselves, right? Violence and blame that maybe directs itself towards a more vulnerable person in their family, right? Be that a sibling, a child, whatever. And they say, okay, I'm gonna leave and don't come back until I got myself figured out. Because this is like maybe not as thought out a decision in this case, but it is at the very least, I think, a decision along the lines of, I don't want to hurt you. I just did it. I don't want to hurt you anymore. But I have all of that inside of me, that frustration, that aggression, that blame. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove myself from the situation. It's certainly not right to do it, right? But at the very least, I can respect the strength it takes and like to come to that conclusion, to say like, I am not safe for the people around me, so I'm going to remove myself from the situation until I am. And I think that is kind of what she's trying to do here, even if it's maybe less on a thought out level and more on an instinctual level. But Vi gets out of the situation, she just goes, right? You see that she's rounding the corner and then she's just putting her back against the wall, crying in agony, basically. About what she just did, about what she experienced just now, and about all the pain from having lost all of these people. Right? Nobody won. Nobody won tonight, except for Jace. But yeah, nobody won tonight. At least on this part of town, nobody won. Not even Silco, even if he thinks he might have. Long term, not even Silco won. She startled, Violet, please don't leave me. Right? Despite being hit, right? Despite being blamed, she doesn't want to be left. That was the reason that motivated her to come here and try to help, right? That was the reason that she was sitting there back at home in agony, crying snot and tears out of like desperation, out of the feeling to be absolutely helpless, right? Okay, this is the last moment we talk about, right? And this moment is very important, I think. Look at him. He's standing over her, right? Absolute authority in this moment. Absolute, like, the upper hand. This is a child. A crying, hurt, broken child that he's looking on. And all of the violence in the sky, all of the lightning is reflecting exactly the atmosphere of what happened tonight, right? Maybe it has also a relation to the magic, right? To the stones and whatnot and what happened here, but at the very least it's displaying perfectly the violence and the energy that happened tonight, right? The ramifications of everything. Yeah, standing above that broken child with the flames behind her crying. The rain dropping off of his knife. And she's seeing that, she's like, no, I can't, right? This is why I'm saying like she didn't part ways. She's like, she didn't leave her. She's like removing herself from the situation. The moment she sees a threat and she wants to save her, right? So there's still like blaming and whatnot, right? And frustration, but there's no hate from Vi to Powder. And that's the thing. Wonder what he wants with her, but yeah. She's getting taken away. Chloroform or something, right? Don't know what his plans are, but the thing is, he could kill her. Everybody's standing behind him. And they're all waiting what he's gonna do, right? Because some of them might be like, I don't know, look, this is a little child. Are you really gonna murder her? He's like, hello, little girl, where's your sister? He wants the sister, right? He knows that they're sisters. And she's just tackling him, right? And she has that energy, right? That Vander had, that fire that burns in her, but it's very quickly extinguished and goes over into sadness and desperation and hopelessness. And this is very interesting. Look at him. He's very surprised because she's hugging him, kind of. She left me. He's looking at Vander. He's drawing the parallels right between her and Vander. He's like drawing the parallels, or he's also empathizing with her plight, right? Losing people you love. She's not my sister anymore. And it kind of wakes something in him. He's like, right, first of all, like that closeness, that physical closeness, and then like this idea of like that sadness and pain being turned into aggression and fire, and something connects to him in that moment. And yes, he's probably gonna use her, right? But it's not pure calculus that motivates him here. It's not pure calculus. And all of them are kind of feeling with her a little bit. Right? Like there's no ha ha ha, look at this child crying. There's no fuck this child. They're all kind of taken aback by this moment. And he's hugging her, he's giving her comfort, and he's like, it's okay. We'll show them. Right? He's redirecting her anger, he's redirecting her frustration, her guilt, right? She can take that guilt that she's been internalizing, right? It's all my fault. And he's helping her externalize it into something, an enemy to fight, right? Be that, right? Probably those above later, right? Like the people who have it good, who oppress us. We'll show them all. And we do have that glint in the eyes and the fire burning behind them symbolically, right? I can hear the sound of our hearts beat. Won't never leave my memories. Bloodshed all around. I can see a tear on my father's face. Right? Before it falls down on my enemy. How could I have ever let you down? And all these trays. Highest crow, cut our teeth and break our bones. Right here. I mean, I'm not listening to it right now, but the text is very interesting. Plane of shields were made of stone. Share our dreams and sit our thrones. I think it's not plain, I think it's playing. Playing with shields were made of stone, right? Be still. Be still is kind of almost like a comforting, right? Like, be still, child. It's gonna be fine. Because I see smoke ahead. Smoke ahead. And I got steel in my head. Oh, this is like a triple thing, right? I see smoke ahead, it's like there's trouble ahead. And I've got steel in my head could be, first of all, I'm not entirely human, right? Like, I got wounds that got fixed, right, with metal or whatever, right? Steampunkish. Then we have steel in my head, a blade, right? Or a gun. Or a bullet. All of these kind of. Yeah! What a show to to be dropped into. 3 episodes deep, and it is already damn fucking good. I think I can't remember any Western piece of animation that was as good as this so far. Animation, mind you. I mean, there's certainly been series of games that have been doing very well lately. I found Fallout pretty amusing, but to be fair, it's not like I didn't like storytelling wise. It doesn't reach Arcane, right? Already, right, with 3 episodes in it, no contest. The Last of Us was a pretty damn good TV series, but this is different. And there's so much more they can do with artistic expression, right, in animation. So much more that you just can't do with live action without seeming ridiculous, right? Without. I'm gonna be seeing you soon for Arcane 4 and so on and so forth. I do know it's got 9 episodes. I don't know if we're gonna go into season 2 right away. We'll have to see how much time I have and where we are at the time when I finish season 1. I mean, we already watched 3 episodes, so... And I don't know when I actually release the other couple of parts. It's certainly not going to be the same week. Might be a week after, it might be 2 weeks after, right? Like whenever I get around to actually recording them and then editing them, depending on how hard it's going to be to edit them for YouTube and whatnot. But I'll be looking forward to it. And I have a lot, I have a good deal new songs to put on my playlists. Because a good deal of them I haven't heard yet, which is really cool. Right? I only know like the main theme, which is like Imagine Dragons, which is like, huh. I mean, I guess it makes sense because Imagine Dragons did a decent amount of League of Legends stuff. But like, you know, like I feel like Imagine Dragons isn't something to write home about. Like Imagine Dragons is basically like if you say you like Imagine Dragons, it's basically like you saying you like vanilla ice cream. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's not terribly offensive. Nobody's gonna hate it, right? It's good, it's solid, but there's a couple of really good songs in there that top the main theme, in my opinion, already. I'll be seeing you next time for Arcane. Right, I hope you enjoyed this. Go check out my other stuff, right? Check out the Patreon if you want to. There's like uncut reactions on Patreon if you want to see that. Or if you just want to support me, there's also early access for a couple of series. At the moment, it's just Technolize and Monster. But as we go on, right, anything that is not seasonal, I'm gonna have early access on Patreon for most of the time. Maybe even for Arcane, I don't know yet, right? If I'll get it out and I don't have like thumbnails ready or stuff like that, or I'm still want to prepare stuff, or I want to wait for the release for a certain date or whatever, then I'm probably gonna put it on Patreon if it's finished, and I'm gonna be like, okay, patrons, you're gonna be having that for 2 days, 3 days, whatever, right? Maybe a week early before I release it on YouTube. And if I do that, I might as well just put the next Arcane in there for early access as well whenever I get it finished. Like a couple of days or weeks or whatever before I release it. But it depends. You have to look. Right? See you next time.